We're ready to begin. Attorney Gotti, whenever you're ready, you may call your next witness.
We'd ask that Mr. Michael Dobe retake the stand.
Good luck, sir. Be careful going around here for me, please. Yep. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, would you prefer a reminder or would you prefer me to re-swear in Mr. Dobe?
I'll just remind him. Mr. Dobe, you remain under oath.
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Dobe.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming in again today.
Yep.
We didn't have a chance to finish talking about some of the rest of the video that you had obtained last Friday. So my hope today is to just very briefly go over one last thing where we ended on Friday and then go through a few more of those materials that we looked at on the CD you identified, States Exhibit 1. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. And what I'd like to start with is I believe the last thing that we had done is we were just looking at some video footage that was on one of the tracks of this CD, specifically the Service Desk Overview Monitor track, which runs from 13:55:50 all the way through to 14:29:42. Do you recognize that on the screen, that same video that we watched before?
I do.
Okay. I'd like to play the very beginning of this video again just for a couple of seconds to reorient us to where we are. And I'll start that from the beginning. So again, what area of the store is this?
This is the service desk.
Okay. And that green item over on the left-hand side.
That is the ecoATM machine.
Okay. Hold on a second. We seem to be getting a little glitchy here. Just a moment. Start that again. All right, is that better? Easier to see without the pixelation?
Yep.
And I believe you had described for us on Friday that ecoATM, that was for recycling of electronics. People could get money for them.
Correct.
Right. And from this particular video, we had watched this several different minutes, up I believe until almost 29 minutes into the videos. And how long again did you say was a typical length of time for somebody to be standing at this machine to do a transaction?
From my understanding, 5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10?
Yeah.
Objection, then, foundation.
I believe we established that on Friday, but I will reestablish foundation. Mr. Dobe, how long did you work at Wal-Mart again?
About 2 years.
About 2 years. And during that time period, could you estimate how many people you have seen use that machine?
Maybe 50. And I have also personally used it myself.
How long did it take it when you used it to recycle some of your electronics?
I didn't use it to the fullest extent. I just used it to get an estimate of what it would give me, and it was about 5 minutes to
5
just
minutes.
get the estimate of how much the item was worth.
Okay. And for the 50 or so times you've seen other people make those transactions, how long did it take them on average?
Like I said, about 5 to 10 minutes, depending on what they were doing.
So what I'd like to do, rather than rewatching all of this video, the same sections that we saw before, I'm going to fast forward up to 29 minutes and 30 seconds into the video. We'll go to 29 minutes here. Do we still see the same two young women at the ecoATM that we talked about on Friday?
We do.
On Friday, you also identified a gentleman in a tan hat who you saw come in with them.
Correct.
Can you please let me know if you see that gentleman again on this section of the video? We are now at 29:30 into the video.
I don't see him currently.
Mm-hmm.
I do now.
We're at 29:57 into the video. Is he still wearing the tan hat?
He is.
I'd like to have you review this for approximately 1 more minute, and then I'm going to pause it and ask you a few questions, okay?
Yep.
the gentleman with the tan hat, which way did you see he went?
He went towards the general merchandise entrance.
We're going to pause it here, 31 minutes and 9 seconds into this particular track. You went towards the general merchandise entrance?
Correct.
Okay. And the other young lady that had been there at the kiosk that time before, which direction did she go?
Also in that same direction.
Were you able to, using the recorded footage, see where they went in the store after they disappear off the screen of this camera?
I was.
And was that part of the footage that you provided here on this packet of videos that you gave to the Manchester Police Department?
It was.
Could you describe for me this camera footage? I believe you said on Friday, but I apologize, I forget the answer. About how high off the ground is this one?
I'd say about 10 feet.
10 feet?
About, yeah.
Are there any videos, are there any cameras within Wal-Mart when you were working there at this time period that cover people's facial features better so we might be able to help identify these folks a little better?
Yes, they're called the public view monitors.
Where are those located?
They're scattered throughout the store, but the ones that I provided were in the health and beauty department.
Okay. And health and beauty department, on the labels on the videos, do they say health and beauty or do they say another name for the ones that came from that section?
I don't remember, but it would either be health and beauty or cosmetics.
Cosmetics?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to cosmetics then, what I'd like to do is on that exhibit that we talked through on State's Exhibit 1, I'd like to ask, did you review those cameras as well to see where those two other people went, the gentleman in the tan hat and the other young lady?
Yes, any video that I provided I would have had to personally watch in order to burn it.
Okay. And when you burn these onto the CD, if we were looking at the CD here, is there time signatures on each one of those tracks so we know what time period is captured?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to start then with the track that you listed at the earliest time period, Cosmetics EVPM 6, 12/30/2021, from 14/28/33 through the same date of 14/28/51. The cosmetic section.
Yes,
You see that same gentleman in the tan hat.
we do.
Is that the same young lady with him?
Correct.
How high are these cameras off the ground?
I'd say they're about face level. So it comes down from the ceiling, and it's probably, I would say, maybe a foot above me.
Okay. And how tall are you?
I'm about 5'9".
Okay. So about 5'10" or so?
Yeah.
All right. Play that track one more time. This area of the store, where is it in relationship to that service desk?
It's still in the front end of the store, but it's probably from the general merchant. It's closer to the general merchandise entrance.
General merchandise?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you walk in through that entrance, you take a right, and it's right there.
And at that point, I'd like to go to the next track that you provided to the police department. Cosmetics EPVM 4, 12/30/2021, from 14/28/47 through the same date of 14/29/13. I'll show you that track. And tell us if you can see those same two individuals.
I do.
And what is the relationship of this aisle compared to the last aisle that we just saw?
They're right next to each other.
At this point, I'd like to ask you now about the next track that you provided to the Manchester Police Department, track entitled Cosmetics EVPM 6, 12/30/2021, from 14/29/10 through the same date of 14/29/21. Is this the first aisle that we saw from that first cosmetics track?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the same two individuals here?
I do.
And I believe you said that that aisle that we just saw is directly next to the one that we saw previously.
I believe so, yes.
I'd like to go to the next track that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM 5, 12/30/2021, from 14/29/18 through the same date of 14/32/16. And please let us know if you see those same two individuals. And which aisle does this cover?
This is also cosmetics.
Okay. Is it the same aisle that we just saw a moment ago, but from a different angle, or?
No, this is a different aisle, I believe.
Okay. And do you see the same individual in the tan hat and the young lady with him?
I do.
Would you agree with me? It's fair to say that these cameras are much closer to individuals than those earlier shots over at the service desk?
They are, yes.
The item that the gentleman in the tan hat seems to have in his hand, were you able to identify what that is?
If I remember correctly from one of the frames in the video, it was a prepaid phone, it looked like.
Okay. Thank you. And how long does Wal-Mart hold on to these videos? What's the time period of retention on them typically?
It just depends, but it's typically anywhere between a month to 3 months.
Thank you. And now I'd like to show you and ask you questions about the last of the cosmetic tracks that you provided to Manchester Police Department. Cosmetics EVPM 6, 12/30/2021, from 14/32/22 through the same date of 14/33/1. If I could direct your attention to the screen and let us know if you see those same two individuals, okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
I do.
And let us know if they reappear on the screen.
They do. And they appeared again.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Doe.
Yep.
Are there any cameras that were closer than that, that were even closer to an individual's face that you routinely used while you were working at Wal-Mart?
The only ones that I could think that would be closer would be the entrance and the exit cameras.
Okay. And were there any that were kind of in between that close level of view here and the farther away view? Is there kind of like a middle range?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Is there one that was located in an area near razor blades?
Yes.
like to show you one of the other tracks on here that you gave to the Manchester Police Department. The razor blade camera from 14:32:50 all the way through 14:34:31. Is this that middle view that we're talking about?
Yes.
And can you see the individual in the tan hat here?
I can, yes.
Where are they?
They're in the far left aisle.
Far left on the screen here?
Yep.
And if you would, please let us know if you see them reappear.
I do.
And where are they located now?
I'm not exactly sure what that aisle is, but the one to the right of it is the razor blade aisle, so it'd be the aisle after the razor blades.
Okay. And eventually, were you able to record those individuals leaving the store?
I was, yes.
And I believe you said just a moment ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said there was near the exit, there are cameras that are even closer to an individual to capture their face?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to show you the track that you provided the Manchester Police Department entitled Exit Grocery from the same date with a timestamp of 14:36:25 to 14:36:34, and ask you whether or not you see those two individuals in this video.
Okay. I do.
And these are the same two individuals that you followed through the store from the ecoATM machine all the way through those other areas of the cosmetics section, near the razor blade aisle, and then to exiting the store.
Correct.
Finish playing it. Now from that, I'd like to finally go back to that last, the first video that we looked at, the service desk video. The individual you saw in kind of that light blue or seafoam colored top there.
Yep.
Did you see her exit with these two individuals, or did she exit separately?
I believe she exits separately. She did not leave with them.
And going back to the service desk interview, I know a moment ago we left off at approximately 31 seconds. I'm going to try with my eyesight to get her up to around 32:55. Is that the same individual still, the ecoATM?
It is.
When you use an ecoATM, how do you get the money when you get paid for these devices?
I'm not sure how that part works with the ATM.
Okay. What about for yourself in the experience of having your items assessed for what their value was?
I don't really remember the exact process to the T, but I believe they provide you with a sticker. You put a sticker on it, you put it on the machine, and then it does whatever it does, and then it gives you a value.
Do you recall whether it gave you any paperwork or anything else?
For just the value, it did not.
Okay. And which way is that young woman heading now?
Towards the general merchandise.
Excuse me just for a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Dobe, I appreciate your time. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Caroline Smith, and I only have a few questions. And I know that you said it several times, but what is the date of that video?
I believe it was 12:30,
What year?
2021.
Okay. So it was at the end of 2021.
Correct.
Okay. And a guy that you were tracking through the store with Attorney Agati,
Mm-hmm.
he walked in with two females
Correct.
and went back and forth, was walking around with one female. Sometimes the two females were together at the Echo, and sometimes one was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the ecoATM is essentially a machine that puts a value on the components of the electronics that you're putting in, right?
I believe so. I don't know what the machine exactly does. I don't work for them, so.
Okay. But you've seen people put various, like, smartphones in,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe flip phones,
Yep.
and small electronics like iPads.
I believe I've seen that, yeah.
Okay. And your, whatever reason that they put that in the machine is something that you don't know, right?
Correct.
Why they would do it. Whether it's broken or old or somebody just needs money.
Correct.
Okay. And were you working at that store in October 22nd, 2019?
I was not working there.
Okay. Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor. We'd ask that this witness be excused, please.
You may step down. Any objection to his being excused? All right, sir, you are excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we can approach.
Yes? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just going to be another minute. We're bringing up the next witness.
swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalty of perjury?
Yes.
You can have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Okay, Kayla, can you please state and spell your first and last name for the jury?
My name's Kayla Montgomery. Kayla-Montgomery.
Okay, and how old are you, Kayla?
32.
Where do you currently reside?
The state prison for women
And how long have you lived there?
since November 2022.
Why do you live in the women's prison?
Perjury charges.
Were you convicted of those charges
Yes.
and sentenced for those charges?
Yes.
Were you also charged with receiving stolen property?
Yes.
And those charges were dismissed as part of a... Were those
Yes.
charges dismissed as part of a plea agreement?
Yes.
And you admitted to lying to the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you admit to...
Sustained.
Apologies. Did you admit to lying to the grand jury?
Yes.
Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony here today?
Yes.
How are you doing today, Kayla?
I'm okay.
Is it difficult for you to be here?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's a lot.
And so, Kayla, there's a microphone right in front of you. It looks like a stick coming out from beside the computer screen there. If you can just sit a little bit closer to that, it's a little difficult for me to hear you. And I want to make sure that all of these jurors hear what you're saying. So you said it's a lot?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yeah.
And how do you know him?
He is my husband.
You said he's your husband?
Yeah.
How long have you two been married?
It'll be 6 years.
Do you remember the date you got married?
Yeah, it was June 7th, 2017.
How long have you known Adam Montgomery?
Since we were in high school.
Are you currently in legal proceedings related to your marriage?
Yes.
Did you file for divorce?
Yes, I did.
Did you leave the defendant at some point in time?
Yes.
Do you know if after you left him he started a relationship with another individual?
Yes, he did.
Do you know that person's name?
Kelsey Small.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Do you have any children with the defendant?
Yes, I do. I have 3.
3 children. What are their names?
Seamus, Declan, and Kira.
So you talked about where you're currently living at the women's prison.
Yeah.
Where did you live back in October of 2019?
I was living at 77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire,
How long did you live there?
for about a year and a half.
For a year and a half. Why did you stop living there?
Because we got kicked out of the house.
Was that an eviction?
Yes.
Do you remember what month and what year that was?
November 2019.
When you lived at the 77 Guilford Street address, who did you live with there?
It was myself, Adam, Seamus, Declan, and Harmony.
Do you think you'd recognize that address if you saw it today?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
And so, Kayla, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 42A through J. And I'm just going to ask you to look at each of those. And look at the view here on that.
Counselor, can you approach just a minute?
Okay, and so if you can go through them, starting with 42A, and it looks like they're, let me get them back in order really quick.
That's B.
Teresa.
So starting with A and going to J, if you could just look at each of those images and identify them in turn.
The first, A is the driveway and the mailbox. And B is the outside of the house, of the front yard. And, this is in the basement ceiling.
I'm just going to ask you to please keep your voice up because all the
Yeah.
jurors need to be able to hear you. Thank you.
And if you could just note which letter you're on.
42C.
Okay, and what did you say 42C is?
That's the ceiling in the basement. And 42D is the ceiling in the attic, I believe. Yeah. And 42E is the attic, the storage room in the attic. And 42F is the room.
And whose room is
Bedroom.
F?
It was mine and Adam's and the two boys.
Okay, and G?
That's Harmony's room.
H?
Harmony's room. The kitchen is I. And the back porch is J. Or the front. I don't know which one that is.
And
Oh, that's the front.
there, it's the front?
Yeah.
So it's the front room?
Yeah, the living room.
And are those fair and accurate representations of the 77 Guilford Street address, as you remember it?
Yes.
And Judge, at this point, I'd move to strike the ID and mark as full.
Any objection?
I think she may have fixed it, or the question may have, as you remember it, but I think I'd like further foundation of.
Yes?
So, Kayla, you said that those are fair and accurate representations of the Guilford Street address as you remember it?
Yes.
And so I was referring specifically to October 2019. Is that an accurate representation of the house back then?
Yes, without the furniture.
And without your things?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Judge, at this point, I've moved to strike the ID.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The ID is stricken. Each of those are entered as full exhibits.
And so, Kayla, you were telling us about the front room, and I think you also mentioned the kitchen.
Yes.
Where are those in relation to each other?
They are, when you walk into the house, the living room is right in the front, and then you walk through, and there's the kitchen. But there's a wall that separates the kitchen and the living room. But there's still the walkway to walk through.
So you can walk through from one to another. I'm going to take those back from you. If you need more water, just let me know. So focusing back on that time period, September, October 2019, what was your life like back then?
I was working up until November 2019 at Dunkin' Donuts. I would work 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. and Adam would be home with the kids while I'm at work, and he would drop me off and pick me up from work because I didn't have a license. And then after he would pick me up, I would be at the house with the kids, and he would leave some nights because we were using drugs.
When you say we were using drugs, what do you mean?
Like getting high, using heroin and crack and weed.
And when you say we were getting high and using heroin and crack and weed, who's we?
Adam and I.
And what was your drug of choice?
It was both heroin and crack.
Are you sober now?
Yes.
What did it take for you to become sober?
Going to jail.
I asked you about your drug of choice back then. What was the defendant's?
Heroin.
And you mentioned working at Dunkin' Donuts up
Yes.
until November of 2019.
Yes.
What did the defendant do for work back then?
He was home with the kids.
And he'd leave at night, you said?
Yeah, he would leave after I'd be home for a couple hours, and go for rides.
Okay. Do you know, back then, how did you get your drugs?
I had money from my job, and that's what I remember up until we got kicked out, evicted from the house.
And you mentioned Harmony, Declan, and Seamus. How did you support them?
we had food stamps, and my income, which was barely anything at the time.
Was there anyone that you were close to back then in September, October 2019?
There was a few people that were in and out back then of my life, but I know one that was around a lot was Tabitha Scott.
And what about people from work? Were you close to anyone there?
Kimberly Frayne.
And you knew her from work?
Yes.
How long had you known Kimberly Frayne?
Since 2016, I believe.
And so back in October of 2019, how would you describe your relationship with her? You've called her a friend. Were the two of you close?
Yeah, we weren't as close as we used to be because I switched franchises, so I didn't see her that much, but started talking to her again because she was using drugs at the time and she had a car, and it was just another way to be able to get drugs.
Through Kimberly?
Yes.
Do you know where she lived back in September, October 2019?
I remember she lived on Russell Street in Manchester.
Had you been to her home on Russell Street?
Yes.
How many times would you say?
I don't know, probably about 4, 5 times that I can remember.
And who did she live with back then in her home on Russell Street?
Her husband, Chris Frayne, and her daughter, their daughter.
And you just mentioned Chris Frayne. Did you know him as well?
Yeah,
How'd you know him?
through Kim.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
It was, I don't know, we were all just friends. He was just a really nice person.
And have you kept in contact with either Chris or Kim Frayne?
I was in contact with Chris back in January, the end of December, January, before I got arrested.
And Kayla, I want to turn your attention specifically to October of 2019 and the theft of firearms. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
What am I referring to?
The firearms got taken and stolen out of Chris Frayne and Kimberly Frayne's house.
What kind of firearms were stolen?
I have no idea what the names of them are. I just know they were big. I don't remember the names.
Let's back up. You said firearms. Was this more than one?
Yeah. Yes.
How many are we referring to?
2 that I remember.
Okay. And how would you describe them?
Like a rifle type. I don't know. They were just big. Rifle, shotgun. I don't know what the names of them are. I don't know what they're called.
So a rifle, shotgun?
Yeah.
Did you personally see these?
Yes.
I want to talk about the first time that you saw them. Can you tell us about that?
I know that there were people at the house that came so that we could buy drugs off them, and Adam was showing them to those couple of people that came by trying to sell them, and I remember I was taking care of the kids and I was looking to see what was going on in the living room from the kitchen, and it was just chaos in that house at that time. that same night.
Why is that? Why was it chaos?
It was just a lot of people going in and out, and taking care of the kids at the same time. It was, I don't even know.
And I think you said that night. Are we talking about nighttime?
Yes.
So the incident that you're describing, were you already aware at that point that the guns had been stolen from the Frayne house?
Yes.
All right. And you said people had come to sell drugs?
Yeah.
Was that to you or to someone else?
To Adam, but I was gonna be doing the drugs too.
Okay. So they came to sell drugs to Adam. You were going to do the drugs as well.
Yes.
And it sounded like you said he offered to sell them the firearms?
Yeah, to trade them or buy them. Buy the firearms or trade them for drugs.
Okay. So he had them at that point and he was going to trade them or sell them for drugs?
Yes. Trade them for drugs or sell them for money.
At that point, did you know what he was wanting to get for them?
No, I had no idea, because I don't know. I never dealt with that before. I just let him deal with it, because I don't know.
And the individuals that you're referring to that came to the house, do you know their names?
I remember Mike. I don't remember his last name. And I don't remember if the other two came that night, but there was always somebody with Mike all the time. And I just remember Ish and Manny. I don't know their last names.
Okay. So Mike, Ish, and Manny were there that night to sell Adam drugs?
I believe, yeah.
And I think you said he offered them the 2 guns?
Yeah.
And how long after you found out about the theft was this incident that you're describing?
It was within the couple of days, like the next night or something like that. It was around that time, the same time.
You described it as chaos. How did Ish, Manny, and Mike react to this offer of the guns?
They were checking them out, and they were just checking them out, looking at them, and they were saying that they would think about it, but they also knew that the guns were missing from Chris and Kim's house, but they didn't know that those were those guns yet.
Okay. When did you first become, let me strike that question. At some point, did you become aware that the defendant had stolen Kim Frayne and Chris Frayne's firearms?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
I know Kim was freaking out because she noticed that they were missing, and she was trying to figure out where they went and who took them before Chris came back home, because he was on the road, truck driver or whatever he did. And so Kim called and asked if we knew anything or if anybody was in and out the house, and then the other people that I mentioned that she was involved with, she was asking everybody if they've seen them or taken them or anything like that. But and something, Kim's, I guess the night they got stolen, well, I know the night they got stolen, Chris, Kim left her door open to her house, and she was passed out.
And let me stop you there. Were you there that night the guns got stolen?
No,
But you said you know the night that they got stolen. How do you know that information?
because Kim was freaking out, and when she called, she said that her door was open, and then Adam went to go check on her too. Adam was supposed to be going to meet her. And when he pulled up to the house, the door was open, and she was passed out, and he woke her up.
Were you there for that?
No,
How do you know that?
because he told me.
And when you say he told me, who are
Adam
you
told
referring
me.
to? So he told you that he went to her house that night?
Well, I already knew he was supposed to be going there
Okay. How did you know he was supposed to be going there?
because he was supposed to meet her to do something with drugs. It had something to do with drugs because that's the only time we really were seeing her.
Was that typical for the defendant back then to go to her house by himself?
Around that time, yeah. Because he was the one with the car license, and we weren't gonna bring the kids out when it's nighttime and it's time for them to go to bed.
You described living on Guilford Street, and I think you said Kim lived on
Russell
Russell
Street.
How far apart, or how long would it take to get from your house to Kim's house?
I don't know, maybe like 10 minutes. Could be less, a little less or a little more, but she lived all the way on, like, almost near Hooksett. She lived like near the store that I met her working at, the South Beach Street store before Livingston Park.
It took about 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to back up just a bit. You said the defendant told you that he went to her house, but you already knew he was going to her house.
Yeah.
And he told you that her door was open?
Yes.
And then what else did he tell you about that interaction?
And he said that she was passed out, and he woke her up, and when she woke up, she was freaking out about the guns missing.
When did he tell you that story?
It was that same night.
When he got home?
Yes.
And can you describe for us him getting back home?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you walk us through him returning home that night?
I know I was waiting for him, and I was laying down with the kids, and I think I heard him come through the door, because I always heard him come through the door. And when he came through the door, I don't remember him having anything when he came through the door.
Did you see him come through the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think he was going in and out, and from what I remember, I don't remember seeing him bring anything in. I don't know where he put anything yet. Like, I don't know. I don't remember.
Did he have drugs with him that night?
Yes, I believe so.
And
I don't know, it's a fog, because I know we were just getting high a lot.
you said you didn't know where he put them yet.
No,
And what are you referring to by them?
because they were in the attic of the house.
Sorry, when you say they were in the attic, what are you referring to?
The guns,
Okay, and did you see the attic of the house in those photos that I showed you?
yes.
So you told us about this story the defendant told you about going to Kim Frane's home, finding the door open, she's passed out, and then she started, I think you said, freaking out
Yeah,
about the
yeah.
missing guns.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you a different story about that night?
No.
Did you confront him about the guns?
I just didn't know what to say. I was kind of upset about it because that they're supposed to be our friends, but I don't I don't know, it was just messed up, that whole situation.
And when you say they're supposed to be our friends,
Kim and Chris.
why were you upset about it?
Because I didn't like the guns, first of all, and second of all, he just took them without even, and he could have given them back after they realized they were gone, but he didn't.
And you said he just took them. How do you know he took them?
Because he's told me that he took them.
Okay, and so I want to stop you just then. So you told me the story he told you about going into the home, finding Kim passed out, waking her up, her freaking out.
Yeah.
It sounds like there was a subsequent conversation, so another conversation later when he told you that they were stolen. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that conversation?
And, all he said was that Kim was passed out and he ended up taking the guns. That's there wasn't really a story with it.
And that upset you?
Yeah, because he took them from friends and I didn't want the guns in the house.
Took them from friends.
Yeah.
Were you still working with Kim at that point?
No, we worked at separate stores.
Did you ever talk to her about the theft that night?
Not that night, no.
Not that night, but did she discuss cameras with you at some point?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that interaction?
She told me that she called the police department and put a stolen, reported stolen items, and she said that she's gonna see whoever did it because her neighbors had cameras, and she said that she was getting the camera footage or whatever so that she could see who took them.
Did that concern you at all?
Yeah.
And you'd already seen the guns at that point.
Yes.
What did you do with that information?
I told Adam.
What was his response?
Honestly, I don't remember. I know he was a little worried, I remember that, but I honestly don't remember.
So you just previously you described an interaction a night or two, it sounds like it was the night after the theft, where Mike is there, Ish is there, and Manny's there.
Yes.
The defendant offered them the guns for sale or for trade,
Yes.
drugs or money.
Yes.
Did you ever witness any other transactions like that with those guns?
Not that I remember. I know there was another transaction, but I don't remember how it went down, or I don't remember any of that, but I know there was.
Let me back up. The first transaction that you just described with Mike, Ish, and Manny, what were you doing during that?
I don't know, I was all around the house because the kids were awake and not in bed because they woke up from all the noise, which happened every time. And I was I tried keeping them in the kitchen and was trying to get them to relax, but that wasn't happening. And it was just a lot going on at once. The guys being in the house, and then also people getting high in the house, those people. But then they would be there and then they'd be gone real quick. They'd come in and they'd leave.
Did the gun stay in the house that night?
Yes.
And I believe you said they were stored in the attic area?
Yes.
Were they stored in something?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember telling law enforcement that they were...
Basis?
Aiding in that proper foundation for
Rephrase the question, please.
Do you remember them being stored or wrapped in something?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember meeting with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you remember a June 3rd proffer back in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling law enforcement at that point?
Approach? You may proceed.
During that proffer, do you remember disclosing that the firearms were stored in a blue sheet and blanket?
Yes.
Is that what they were stored in?
From what? In the attic, because we didn't sleep in the attic anymore. But I know they were stored in the storage room. But I do remember the sheet.
Do you remember what color the sheet was?
Blue.
Was there also a blanket?
I don't remember a blanket.
But you remember a blue sheet?
Yes.
How many times did you see those firearms in your house?
About three times, I believe. I don't remember, but I know at least 3 times.
Okay, and I want to switch gears a little bit. I'm going to ask you, do you know someone named Kevin O'Leary?
Yes.
Do you know him by another name?
No.
Okay. How do you know Kevin O'Leary?
He lived up the hill from the Guilford Street house, and Adam met him somehow. I don't know how, but I guess he knew him or something. And he was smoking weed. That's what it was, smoking weed. And he smoked a blunt with him, and that's how I remember them meeting, but I don't know if they knew each other from before. I don't remember.
Okay. Would you see him regularly, Kevin?
Yes.
How often would you see Kevin?
Almost about every day, like from back in that period of the fall 2019.
So very frequently, it sounds like.
Yes.
What was your relationship like with Kevin?
He wasn't really my friend, he was Adam's friend. So, but he would obviously, like, he had respect for me because I'm Adam's wife, and he was very nice, but I didn't not like him, but I don't know. He was just there to me.
And you said he was Adam's friend.
Yes.
Did you ever observe a transaction between Adam and Kevin?
No. I don't remember a transaction happening, but I remember Kevin looking at the gun. One of the guns. I don't even know if we had them all anymore. I don't know, but in the house, but I know he looked at one. He was looking at one.
Do you remember, sorry, when Kevin was looking at the gun, was that with you or was that with Adam?
Both,
Okay, so you were there for that.
yes.
What were you doing at the time?
Getting high.
At some point during that interaction, did Kevin and Adam leave your house with one of the firearms?
Not at that time, like not right at that moment. Kevin went home, from what I remember, and because they did talk about leaving with it, and Adam had it put away under the bed we were sleeping in at the time, and I remember getting in a fight with him because I didn't want him to leave the house, especially with the gun. I just didn't. I got in an altercation with him about it and tried taking it from him, and he still took it and left anyways. And like, it was just not good, and if we kept arguing about it, the kids were gonna wake up.
Was it nighttime?
Yes.
And so the kids were asleep?
Yes.
And you said you didn't want him leaving with it, especially with, or you didn't want him leaving especially with a gun?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was nervous and scared that he'd get in trouble.
Why would he get in trouble for having a gun?
Because he's a felon and not supposed to have one.
So you told him not to?
Yes.
Did he leave anyway?
Yes.
You know where he went with it?
I remember him and Kevin talking about going up behind Rock Rimmon to shoot it off. That's what I remember.
Do you remember him coming back that evening?
I don't remember. I was sleeping with the kids at the time.
And after he left to go to, I think you said Rock Rimmon,
Yeah.
to shoot the gun, was that gun under your bed after that?
Not that I noticed.
Do you know any other individuals that the defendant attempted to sell those guns to?
No, not that I know of.
Do you know someone named Mark Reed?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you know someone named Tone?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever offer the firearms to them?
Yes. I don't know about Mark, but Tone, yes.
Can you tell us what you know of that?
Just offered to trade it for drugs.
Do you know Tone's full name?
Anthony Badero.
Kayla, I want to back up. So you mentioned these two firearms. Do you know anything about a stolen pistol from the Frayne home?
No. I do not.
Did you ever have a conversation with Kim about a missing handgun?
Not that I don't remember.
So I want to back up to that June 3rd proffer that we discussed earlier. During that proffer, do you remember telling law enforcement that Kim mentioned a still or misplaced handgun, but that was well before the stolen guns in this case?
Yes.
Does that refresh? You remember that conversation with Kim?
Yes.
Is that what she told you?
Yes.
And was it well before your husband stole her guns?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were back on December 30th, 2021?
Either in a family shelter at Fit or at my mom's. I don't remember which one.
Okay. Judge Merrick.
Yes?
And so, Kayla, I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification as 46A through E. And I'm going to ask you to turn to the last page, E.
Okay.
And you can set those aside. So with respect to 46E, do you recognize anyone in those photos?
Yes.
Who do you recognize?
Kelsey and myself.
And you had mentioned a Kelsey Small earlier.
Yes.
Is that Kelsey Small in those photos?
Yes.
And you said yourself as well?
Yes.
What were you doing in those photographs?
Trading in phones at the phone machine thing that's at Walmart for money.
So, how did you arrive? You mentioned Kelsey Small. Were you with her that day?
Yes.
Were you with anyone else?
Adam.
Did Kelsey and Adam leave you at some point during your interaction there or your time there at Wal-Mart?
Yes.
Do you know where they went?
No.
So, Kayla, I want to switch gears. Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your relationship with Tara?
She was the property manager at the apartment that we were last living in together, on Union Street in Manchester. And we ended up having a friendship, and it was a good friendship. Like, our kids played with each other outside, and we cooked together, had barbecues and stuff like that. It was we were friends.
And when you say we cooked together, had barbecues, who do you mean when you refer to we?
Myself and Adam and Tara and her boyfriend,
Do you remember his name?
Josh.
Were you ever party to a conversation between Tara, her husband, and the defendant regarding firearms?
I don't remember.
Do you remember a conversation where the defendant accused you of telling the police on him in front of Tara, her husband?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
He was
Yes?
So Kayla, we were talking about a conversation between you, Tara, the defendant, and Tara's husband. Do you remember a conversation about these guns where the defendant accused you in front of Tara of telling law enforcement on him?
Yes, he accused me of a lot of things.
And during that conversation, did he say that you were working with the police?
Yes.
Were you still using drugs back then?
Yes, it was off and on.
And was the defendant still using back then?
Yes.
Had his temperament, or sorry, had his, I'll strike that question. So, Kayla, we spoke earlier about that June proffer.
Yes.
Do you remember who was party to that proffer? So who was there?
Myself, my lawyer, Paul, and Jesse, I forgot his last name.
Does O'Neill sound familiar?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did you come to be there for that proffer?
Because I got subpoenaed to be questioned about Harmony, and I lied to the grand jury because I was scared.
So let me back up. Had you been charged with a crime prior to meeting for that proffer?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, may I approach? So, Kayla, prior to meeting for that proffer, you said, I think you had been charged with a crime.
Yes.
Do you remember what you had been charged with?
Welfare fraud
Anything else?
and 2 counts of receiving stolen property.
And do you remember being charged with perjury as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive a letter from the Department of Justice prior to going to that proffer meeting?
I don't remember.
Do you think it would help refresh your recollection if you saw the letter?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I remember this.
Okay. And so, do you remember receiving a letter from the New Hampshire Department of Justice prior
Yes.
to that meeting?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what your obligation was going into that meeting?
To tell the truth?
And is that what you did in that proffer?
Yes.
Is that what you're doing here today?
Yes.
And so the activity that formed the basis for those charges you just mentioned, specifically receiving stolen property and perjury. I think you've explained the perjury. The receiving stolen property, though, what was the basis of that charge?
The receiving stolen property was for the guns.
So the guns in this case,
Yes.
they were in your home?
Yes.
You knew they were stolen?
Yes.
And you knew that your husband was a felon?
Yes.
After you were charged with those crimes, did you reach a plea agreement with the Department of Justice?
Yes.
What did you plead guilty to?
2 counts of perjury.
And was that to resolve all of your charges?
Yes.
So including the welfare fraud and the receiving stolen property?
Yes.
And Judge, approach the witness again. So Kayla, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 45 for identification purposes. And if you can just take a minute and look at that, and then we'll have one done. So what is that document?
The memorandum agreement between the state of New Hampshire and myself.
And is that the memorandum agreement as you remember it regarding your sentence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to strike the ID and mark as full.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, approach. Ma'am, could you proceed.
Thank you. So, Kayla, with respect to the sentence on those 2 felonies that you mentioned, what sentence did you receive?
I received the 2 counts of perjury.
And what was the sentence that was imposed?
I got 3.5 to 7 suspended, and a 3.5 to 7 with 1.5 suspended off my minimum.
And the 3.5 to 7 that you mentioned, is that the maximum prison sentence for each charge?
Yes.
And what portion of that prison sentence are you currently fulfilling right now?
So 3.5 to 7 with the 1.5 off my minimum.
And you mentioned you mentioned a suspended portion of the sentence.
Yes.
What, what if anything, do you have to abide by for that to remain suspended?
I have to state as what the memorandum agreement is between myself and the state.
So is it suspended upon the conditions and conditions and continued parole?
Yes. But it's also suspended for, I have 10 years over my head.
And what is your obligation with respect to that agreement? What do you have to do?
I have to abide by the state.
And with respect to this trial, what is your obligation under that agreement?
To tell the truth.
What happens if you violate those conditions?
I can get all the charges that I have that got dismissed, and ones that I don't have, they can charge me with anything and take back everything that we agreed on.
So, Kayla, I want to briefly talk about a few of the things that we've mentioned here today, we've discussed today. You testified earlier that the defendant had this transaction with Manny, Ish, and Mike.
Yes.
And you also testified about a transaction and maybe the defendant leaving the house to shoot the gun with Kevin,
Yes.
and that you didn't see the gun after that.
No. Not that I remember.
And you testified that you observed the defendant attempting to sell the guns, the stolen guns, for drugs and or money.
Yes.
Who was the individual that was doing all of those things you just described?
Adam Montgomery.
And do you see Adam Montgomery here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you go ahead and point to him and describe the color of his shirt?
He's wearing a pink shirt.
Do you have any reason to protect him here today?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any reason to protect him here today?
No.
And, Your Honor, if the record could reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Record so reflects.
If I can have just a moment.
Yes, you may. I'm going to ask you to just remain seated for just a moment. We are going to take a break now. This is a good time for our mid-morning break. So, ladies and gentlemen, about 15 minutes, okay? All rise for the jurors, please. You can remain standing, sitting. Ms. Montgomery can be removed from the stand now. You'll be back for cross-examination. It's up to you whether you want to keep her upstairs or take her down. About 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. I think they need. Okay, thank you. Counsel, if you would be back at 5 please. All set. Thank you. All rise for the jury, please. Not quite ready.
Action, jury.
Please be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Kayla. My name's Caroline Smith. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay. I have some questions to ask you about what you just testified to. First, I want to kind of get a bit of a timeline. You were arrested and incarcerated on charges in January of last year, right?
Yes.
That was 2022, right?
Yes.
And when you were incarcerated on in January, and that was the welfare fraud that you referred to,
Yes.
and you were not able to make bail at that time, right?
Correct.
So you were incarcerated for a couple of months.
Yes.
And around April 13, 2022, you were arrested for receiving stolen property regarding the guns at the Fran residence, right?
Yes.
And you were still incarcerated at that time, right?
Yes.
And then you were not guilty of those charges, right?
No.
And you intended to fight those charges, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you were moving towards a hearing to fight the charges very early on in court, right?
Yes.
And before that hearing, or I think the hearing was postponed because you reached an agreement with the state on bail to get out, right?
Yes.
So that hearing was called a probable cause hearing, right?
Yes.
To see if the state had enough evidence to hold you or to actually charge you, right?
Yes.
And you didn't have that because you got the agreement on bail.
Yes.
And you did not, the guns involved, by the way, were receiving receiving or retain the property of another, a shotgun belonging to CF, which was, you knew to be Chris Frayne, right?
Yes.
Knowing it had been stolen or believing it probably had been stolen with the purpose to deprive Chris Frayne, right?
Yes.
And you got a second charge that was pretty much the same thing except for referring to a rifle.
Yes.
And you did not receive a shotgun that belonged to Chris Frayne, is that right?
Correct.
You didn't retain a shotgun belonging to Chris Frayne, is that right?
Yes.
You didn't receive a rifle belonging to Chris Frayne, right?
Right.
And you didn't receive retain a rifle belonging to Chris Frayne, right?
Yes.
You didn't possess any of Chris Frayne's guns, right?
No.
You didn't control any of Chris Frayne's guns, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you didn't touch any of Chris Frayne's guns, right?
Yes.
And you were charged with that anyway, correct?
Yes.
And you were out on bail based on your agreement with the state and didn't go forward with that hearing. So the bail then was $5,000 personal recognizance, right?
Yes.
And what that means is you don't actually pay up $5,000, right?
Right.
You don't actually have to pay any cash, right?
Right.
It is just a promise that you'll follow the conditions or they can hold you on the 5,000, right?
Yes.
And so you made a promise with them to follow certain conditions of bail, right?
Yes.
And that agreement was made on May 6th. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
And you got out on May 6th.
Yes.
So you had been in from January, February, March, and April, and then got out on May 6th.
Yes.
And on June 3rd, you sat down with police to talk to them, right?
Yes.
And you sat down with police of your own free will, right?
Yes.
That you had the services of an attorney, right?
Yes.
And that attorney was actually there when you sat down with the police, right?
Yes.
And he was there to help you if you needed it, right?
Yes.
And you were on bail when you went there, right?
Yes.
But while you were there talking, or actually that morning probably earlier, you were charged with the perjury charges that you talked about, right?
Yes.
And so you stayed in jail for a couple of more days, but you got out a few days later on bail again, right?
Yes.
And on June 20th, this was after you talked to the police on June 3rd about those gun charges and what you said happened, right?
Yes.
And on June 20th, after your June 3rd conversation with police, you actually got indicted on receiving stolen property, right?
Yes.
The difference was the first charge was just the police writing up the charge and serving you and holding you. But on June 20, after you talked to the police,
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying.
Overruled.
a grand jury, well, your case was presented to a grand jury and you got indicted, right?
Yes.
And you had not given the police any information on June 3rd that you received a shotgun belonging to Chris Frayne, right?
I don't remember.
You might have.
I said I don't remember.
Okay. Did you receive a shotgun from Chris Frayne?
I didn't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police on June 3rd that you got a shotgun from Chris Frayne?
No.
And you did not get a rifle, receive a rifle from Chris Frayne, right?
Right.
And you told them that, or your story included that you didn't receive a rifle from Chris Frayne, right?
Right.
And that you had not possessed any of Chris Frayne's guns, right?
Right.
And that you had not controlled any of Chris Frayne's guns, right?
Right.
And that you had not touched any of Chris Frayne's guns, right?
Right.
And you were still indicted after you talked to the police about all that on June 20th, 2022, right?
Yes.
And those were, by the way, the same charges that you had been served with back in April. Pretty much the same, right?
Yes.
And when you went to court or had a court date for arraignment on those charges, you pled not guilty, right?
Right.
Because you were not guilty, right?
Right.
And you had told the police on June 3rd that you were near the firearms, right?
Yes.
That you were in the same room as the firearms, right?
Yes.
That at some point you knew the firearms were there, right?
Yes.
But that you were just in a drug fog and weren't a part of that whole thing, right?
Yes.
And that all you wanted was to get some drugs from what was going on that you described, right?
Yes.
And you've always said that you're not guilty of those charges, right?
Yes.
And the state dropped the charges on November 18, 2022, right?
Yes.
And that was based on the agreement that you talked about in direct examination, right?
Yes.
For the other charges.
Yes.
And yet, I think you said that the receiving stolen property charges could still come back if you did something wrong, right?
Yes.
Now, I think I heard you testify that Kim Frayne freaked when she discovered the guns were missing and was calling around to everybody before Chris got home because she was frantic. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell the police that on June 3rd, right?
Right.
Okay, so I think your testimony is, and when would that be? Would that be like in the morning, noon, afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. But in any event, you found out that Kim had some missing guns because she actually called and said, there's missing guns. I've got to get them back before Chris gets home and finds out. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, when you were arrested in April of 2022, you're entitled to get police reports and stuff like that about what you were arrested on, right?
Yes.
It was called discovery, right?
Yes.
And the discovery it contained police reports and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
So before you talked to the police on June 3rd, you were able to read what other people were saying was going on, right?
Yes.
And you were able to get a description of what other people had said? Is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to get a description of the guns, right?
Yes.
And you were able to get a description of what happened to the guns and whether they were found or not, right?
Yes.
And you read in discovery, well, no. You actually read in discovery that the names of people that you were telling the police came to your house, right?
They didn't come to my house. I don't remember that, but yeah.
Well, you told the police that 2 white guys had come to your house and Adam was selling them drugs for money. You don't recall their names, but you saw their names in the discovery, right?
Yes.
So this description of 2 white guys coming to your house was something that you had seen in discovery.
Yes.
Okay. Somebody else had talked about that in discovery. Is that right?
I don't remember.
And you told the police that these 2 guys were both white. You didn't remember their names until you saw it in the paper, meaning discovery, right?
Right.
And that you had kept thinking it was all about Manny, Ish, and Mike in that situation, right?
Yes.
So your recollection was Manny, Ish, and Mike with the guns until you read discovery of what somebody else said. And then you started to think, oh, 2 white guys came over, right?
I wasn't thinking, I remembered.
Okay. Okay. And you actually told the police that you could recall Kim saying that her guns were stolen, right?
Yes.
And you had a recollection of Adam going to Kim's that night, right?
Yes.
And you had a recollection of Adam coming back that night, right?
Yes.
But you had no recollection of Adam bringing any guns in the house, right?
Right.
And so I think you testified on direct. Kim lives 10 minutes away, give or take. And you described Adam going to Kim's and coming back and describing to you what happened, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think on direct here, that her house was wide open. Her door was wide open, right?
Yes.
And when you talked to the police, you had a little bit more detail about that, right?
I don't remember.
Well, you said that Adam told you that he left and he came back and said that Kim's door was open and that the dog didn't even bark and Kim was passed out. Do you recall telling the police that?
Yes.
And so the detail about the dog didn't bark is something that you said that Adam said to you, right?
Yes.
Not something that you read in Discovery.
No.
And so Adam came home and said Kim's door was open, the dog didn't even bark, and she was passed out, right?
Yeah.
And he said Kim woke up and she said the guns were missing.
Yes.
And you repeated that more than once in your statement to police, right? On the 3rd.
Yes.
And you said that he had left around 10 or 11 at night, right?
Yes.
And that he had been gone for about 20 minutes, maybe as much as a half an hour.
Yes.
And that was something that you specifically recalled about Adam's absence that night, right?
Yes.
And so it was a pretty quick trip that he was gone and back, right?
Yes.
No more unusual than any other time that he may have gone over there to pick her up to help her get drugs or something.
No.
And in that 20 minutes to a half an hour, he said the door was open and Kim said the guns are missing, right?
Yeah.
So the third time, well, you repeated it again. And again, I think that you said to the police a third time that Adam came home about 20 minutes after he left and said the door was wide open, Kim was passed out, and Kim said the guns were missing and the dogs didn't even bark.
Yes.
Okay. And this seemed consistent with other things that you had read in Discovery, right?
I didn't read the full Discovery. I just saw a couple of names.
Okay. Okay. Well, you said that when you were charged with receiving, you hadn't done it, right?
Right.
And you hadn't touched the guns, possessed, or controlled them in any way, right?
Right.
And so you wanted to find out what somebody else had said to make them think that you had received or retained, the police had received or retained. I lost myself on that question. Let me rephrase it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But when you were charged with receiving something you knew that you had never done, and you had access to the police reports, you kind of wanted to know what people were saying about you that got you arrested on those charges, right?
Yes.
So you reviewed that discovery.
I didn't review the whole discovery.
Okay. Just you wanted to see what people were saying that made the police arrest you, right?
Yeah, my lawyer showed me a couple of sentences in it that he highlighted, but I didn't see the whole thing.
Okay. Okay. And so you talked to your lawyer about what people were saying that got you arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you told the police back in June that you first learned that the guns were in the house the day that Kevin O'Leary came over. Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of, there was a transcript of your interview. Did you review that before trial?
No.
Did you review the content of the interview with the state before testifying here?
No.
Okay, I'm going to show you, well, a copy of the transcript of your recording. Let me also clarify this. When the state was talking about your conversation with the police on June 3rd, he kept referring to it as a proffer, but it was a question and answer situation where you were talking about the guns, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. Give you a chance to look at this. This is a recording of Kayla Montgomery interview part 1. And then I lost my page with my finger there. And here I have a proffer interview with Kayla Montgomery, second half, 6/3/2022, right?
Yep.
And I'm going to show you page 156, I think I said, and ask you to review it, and then I'm going to ask you a question, okay? Now, you can feel free to review any part of that you want, but I'll be asking you a question about page 156, okay? Starting from there and down.
Okay.
Take your time. Okay, you ready for me to ask?
Yeah.
All right. So when you were doing that question and answer with the police, one of the officers asked you, And do you remember Detective Rahill?
No.
Name? No? Okay. One of the officers asked you, and when was the first time you found out that the guns were in the house? And you said, when, what's his name? When Kevin O'Leary, that I know of, came over, and then I found out that I thought that it was like Kevin came over, and then Ish and Manny and Mike came over, and Adam was like talking, saying, oh, look at these, look at these. Is that right?
Yes.
But you actually had on direct that Ish and Mike and Manny were over before Kevin O'Leary, right?
Yeah, I don't remember when they were always in the house and then gone, and then it's like a mixed up situation. You never know who's coming in and who's going out.
Okay, so actually that whole night is kind of a mixed up situation, right?
Yes.
Because after that night, when you learn the day that you learn that guns are in the house, and Ish and Mike and Manny are over and Kevin O'Leary's over, but after that you really didn't think about this case at all until you got arrested for it, right?
Right.
So that was like a one-day thing, and then you're off on other days of working and coming home with the kids and then doing drugs in the evening, right?
Yes.
And that particular day was not particularly standout after it was over, right?
Right.
Okay. And for the most part, as long as you had drugs, you weren't caring what was going on around you, right?
Right.
Okay. No idea how things got so messed up there, sorry. So, you told the police you first learned that guns were in the house when Kevin O'Leary came over. By the way, do you also know Kevin O'Leary as Kevin LaBelle?
I found that out. I didn't know that was his name too.
How'd you find it out?
The cops told me.
Okay. So the cops gave you some information too about your case that you didn't know?
Yeah.
And you also, and I think you said it on direct, that Adam had not, when you were there and Adam came home from Kim's, you saw him come in and he didn't have the guns on him, right?
Right.
But then you said that he was in and out through the night, right?
Right.
And you also said on direct that Adam eventually told you what was going on?
Yes.
And I think that you said that Adam told you that he had ended up taking them to a friend's house, right?
Yes.
Now, this conversation that you're having with Adam about what's going on is after some things are going on with the guns up in the attic, right?
I don't remember.
Well, he didn't tell you, in your story, he doesn't say anything about what happened at Kim's, other than he went there, the door was open, Kim was asleep, the dog didn't bark, and he woke her up and she said the guns were missing, right?
Right.
And then sometime after you're discovering there's something going on with guns in your attic, you confront him about it, right?
Right.
That's what you told the police, right?
Right.
And he told you that he had taken them to a friend's house, right?
Right.
And you didn't see him bring them in the house, right?
No.
So if you took them to a friend's house, the going in and out was just normal going in and out, right?
Yeah.
And at some point or other, they end up in your attic, right?
Yes.
And Manny, Ish, and Mike were over.
Yes.
And Manny, Ish, and Mike were talking about the guns.
Yes.
And the guns were there at the house when Manny, Ish, and Mike were there at the house.
Yes.
right? But you never saw how the guns got in the house.
Right.
And still, with Adam taking guns to a friend's house, as you say he said, it was still a pretty quick trip to Kim's and back, right?
Yes.
And you say that at some point you confront Adam about the guns, right?
Yes.
And you have said sometime the next day, Kim is calling around, freaking out because the guns are missing and Chris is not home.
Right.
And when he gets home, he's going to be upset.
Right.
So, you don't know what day that was, right?
No.
Okay, but fair to say that this is going on before Chris gets home, right?
Right.
Because you say that Kim is trying to find out what happened so that she can take care of it before Chris gets home. Right?
Yes.
She doesn't want Chris to know that the guns are missing in your story, right?
Right.
And that she was calling around to everyone, including you, in your story, right?
Yes.
And so you say that you confront Adam, and he tells you that he finds Kim asleep, the door's wide open, the dog doesn't bark, and he finds the guns and takes them out to the car, and then he comes back in and wakes Kim up and says the first thing that she says when he wakes her is that the guns are missing. That's what he told you?
Yes.
And that's sort of what you were telling the jury on direct, right?
Yes.
And it's sort of the same thing that you said that he told you that night when he got home, but just added the thing about the gun, right?
Right.
And so you've been to Kim's house, right?
Yes.
And you've been inside,
Yes.
I think you said 4 or 5 times?
Yeah, something like that.
And you knew that Kim and Chris were living in the same house, but not really so well together, right?
Right.
And she was sleeping on the couch, right?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. Well, in any event, you've been in there, you've been in her living room. There's not a gun case in the living room, right?
Right.
There's no guns on the wall or on display in the living room, right?
Right.
And if you were in the living room and you suddenly woke up, well, if you were in the living room, you wouldn't notice whether guns were missing in the rest of the house because you never would have seen them in the living room, right? Oh, that was terrible. Let me try again. Okay. If you're in the living room, you don't see guns while you've been there, right?
Right.
They're not visible in the living room, right?
No.
Okay. At least for however they've kept them while you've been there.
Right.
And you also told police that you did see the guns, right?
Right.
So, like, right after it happened, right?
Yeah.
Meaning kind of the next day after Adam came back from Kim's place, right?
Yeah.
And you told the police that you saw the guns And it was there when people were in your house, like Ish, Manny, and Mike. You didn't know what kind of guns, but the guns were in the house, right?
Right.
When the three of them were there.
Right.
And you had not seen how they got in the house.
Right.
And I think I heard you say on direct that Mike was there, and Mike, did you say he's never alone or he's always with somebody?
He always has somebody with him. When he came to the house, he was always had somebody with him.
Okay, not necessarily Ish and Manny, right?
Not that I remember.
Okay. So Ish and Manny may have come over at some point, and then Mike and whoever was with him at another point that same day after Adam had gone to Kim's.
Right.
Okay. But whoever he had with him, you didn't necessarily know.
No.
Okay. And you told police that you saw an exchange with two white guys, right?
Right.
And one guy was the driver and the other guy had drugs and money, right?
Right.
And that they walked out of the house with both guns that day, right?
Right.
Was that Mike and whoever goes with him?
No.
Okay. So Mike is there, but it's another set of people that go, I think you call it a transaction?
Right.
So it's Mike, Ish, and Manny might be there, but these guys are different people, two white guys, right?
They weren't there during that transaction.
Okay. Okay, is that clear? Is
Yes.
that really, really clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So, is there one? Okay. So, you didn't recall if you were in the room when the thing with the white guys happened, right?
Right.
That was up in the attic, right?
Right.
And you did say that they walked out of the house with both guns that day, right?
Right.
And that was sometime afternoon, after Adam was at Kim's house.
That was like weeks after.
Weeks
It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't right after.
Okay, so weeks after, and is that when you're talking about Halloween? Sometime around Halloween?
I don't remember, but I know it was way after. It was around that time period.
Okay, so we'll go on. And one of the things that you weren't paying attention about the white guys in your house up in the attic was that all you wanted was effing drugs. You didn't care what was going on.
Right.
And you did say that those guys were over at the end of October, but before Halloween, right?
Right.
And that was your recollection that it was the end of October, but before Halloween.
Right.
Probably within a week of that? Is that what
Yeah,
you
it was
were
around that time.
Okay. October 31st is Halloween.
Right.
And October 31st, it goes without saying, is about 9 days after October 22nd, right?
Right.
And you said that Adam did a trade that day. There were two of them. A shotgun with a scope is what you called it, right?
Right.
And you had said that you thought that they took both of the guns that day, weeks around Halloween, after Adam was over at Kim's house.
Right.
Okay. And that both guns left the house that day, right?
Right.
And you told the police that you thought it was Kevin O'Leary who had done that transaction, right?
Right.
bought one of those guns, right?
Right.
And the other was the driver. So that there was a driver, the two white guys, there was a driver and the guy doing the transaction.
Right.
It was Kevin and somebody else, right?
Right.
That had taken the shotgun and the rifle.
Right.
And I believe you said on direct that you were evicted in November,
Yes.
and that was the end of November, right?
It was the day before Thanksgiving.
Okay. Which was 28th?
Third. 23rd.
23rd was Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Okay. So you were evicted after that and kind of living in the car?
Yep.
And the 23rd of November is less than a month after Halloween, right?
Right.
And so you were saying that Kevin O'Leary, who's also Kevin LaBelle, you now know, took the shotgun and the rifle sometime around Halloween. And if we factor 2 months after Halloween, when that transaction happened, that would be in December, right?
Right.
And 2 months after you're saying Kevin O'Leary got the rifle and the shotgun, you were living in your car
Right.
with Adam.
Right.
Another thing that you told the police was your belief that Chris had a locked place for the gun, right?
Right.
Because you sort of knew that Chris had guns because he liked to go hunting.
Right.
And it was your understanding from the conversations that you were overhearing, at least, at Chris, that the guns were in a locked place, right?
Right.
You didn't know where, right?
No.
And they were clearly not in an obvious place when you walk in.
Right.
And Adam, I think, I keep sipping here. Please feel free to have water as well. So, where was I? Sorry. Adam would sometimes, after you came home from work at 2, you all would be there with the kids for a bit, and then in the evening, Adam, because he had a car, would leave because he might be able to drive people around, right?
Right.
And sometimes Kim would call to have Adam come over because he could drive, and if she couldn't leave her child, like you wouldn't like going out with your children
Right.
at night also, that she might have Adam go to pick stuff up for her, right?
Right.
And that had happened several times, right?
Yeah, a couple times.
And it is something, people kind of gave him money for giving him a ride around and stuff like that.
Yep.
Or if they were going riding around to pick up drugs, they might split some of the drugs with Adam to make it worth his while.
Yep.
And so if Adam went to Kim's, as you say that he saw the door unlocked, and you say that he told you that he...
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Gathering my thoughts again, sorry. And he told... So do you want me to start over?
Yes, please.
Okay. So one of the things that you tell police is that Adam told you, after you confronted him about the guns, he admitted to you. Not only that, he went over, saw the door open, saw Kim was asleep, and then you say when you confronted him, he said that he searched around and found the guns and put them in his car and then woke Kim up.
Yes.
Did you ask him why he woke her up?
No.
Okay. And the first thing that she says when she wakes up, according to this story that you say Adam gave you, where are my guns? She was freaking out about the missing guns, right?
Yeah, it took her a little bit to see that they were gone, but yeah, she was freaking out that same night.
Why do you say that?
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Why do you say it took her a little bit to see that the guns were gone?
Because she woke up and she obviously was looking around to see if anything was missing
Okay.
because her door was open and she
Okay.
fell asleep.
So Adam wakes her up. Now you're saying Adam tells her that her door had been open? Because she was expecting Adam, right?
Yeah, but it was wide open. It wasn't just unlocked. It was wide open, he said.
Do you know if she saw that?
No.
You're just sort of filling in stuff that seems to make sense, right?
No.
Adam didn't tell you she looked around the house and for things missing, right?
Right.
Okay. Adam didn't tell you that he told her the door was open, right?
Yes, he did.
He told you that he told Kim that her
Door was
open.
wide open, yes.
Okay.
He woke her up and said the door was wide open. And she was sleeping. She was passed out.
Okay. By the way, you said that you are, your drug of choice was heroin and what was the other?
Crack.
Crack. And heroin kind of lays you low, right?
Right.
You sort of don't want to really do anything, but you're enjoying the experience of not doing anything, right?
I guess. Or you're just sick, so it makes you not sick anymore.
Okay. So when you're feeling dope sick, a little bit of heroin can make you feel better.
Right.
And crack is kind of the opposite effect, right?
Right.
And heroin can act, I mean, you can get dope sick with crack if you don't have it and you're coming down from it, right?
If you use a lot of it.
Yeah, and it can leave you pretty wired, right?
Yes.
And that can be a pretty difficult experience too, right?
It depends.
Well,
But yeah.
Okay. It can be a difficult experience, right?
Right.
And a little bit of heroin can just sort of take that edge off too, right?
Right.
Now, you talked about your friend Tabitha Scott. You told Tabitha, after June 3rd, talking to the police, and you're back out on the streets,
Mm-hmm.
and you see Tabitha Scott, right?
Right.
And you tell her that Ish and Manny brought the guns over to the house.
Right.
And that was after June 3rd, right?
Right.
Now, I'm going to show you a copy of what has been marked. States show you 3 exhibits. I don't know if you have seen these before, but they're full exhibits in this case. One is States 13, the other is States 14, and the other is States 17. I don't know, have you seen these before?
I haven't seen these.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you real quick, if you could read out loud what the date and time is of the, do you recognize that to be a phone screen, by the way? Screenshot?
Yes.
Okay. Date and time at the bottom of that phone screenshot?
October 3rd, 2019 at 10:52 a.m.
10:52, okay. I'm going to show you States 14, and can you read the date and time in the middle of that screenshot?
October 3rd, 2019, 11:14 a.m.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you States Exhibit 17 and can you read the time in the middle of that screenshot, date and time?
October 4th or October 3rd? October 3rd, 2019, 3:44
Okay.
p.m.
And what is the text message right before that date and time?
Yo, you missed out.
Okay. So, the perjury charges that you're spending time for right now, those are not related to the gun case, right?
Right.
And you described the sentence that you got on direct, and it was, one of them was a 3.5 to 7 suspended, and it's suspended for 10 years.
Right.
And, sorry, the other was 3.5 to 7 with the ability to suspend 1.5 years, right?
Right.
Which would mean that you spend 2 years behind the walls,
Right.
and you also got credit for the
Pre-trial.
Pre-trial, right?
Yes.
So with the time that you already spent in jail, you would be doing a total amount of 2 years incarcerated behind the walls.
Right.
And if you did, that's assuming that you did what you were supposed to do to get the 1.5 years off, right?
Right.
And then you're on parole, right?
Right.
So in sentencing, there's a bottom number and a top number, and the bottom is generally how much time you're behind the walls,
Right.
and then you are, if all goes well, released on parole,
Right.
and that if you have problems while you're on parole, you can go back and be incarcerated up to a grand total of 7 years max.
Right.
So you'll never do more than 7 years, but you can get out from behind the walls in 2 years.
Right.
And on the suspended time, that is, I think I heard you say suspended for 10 years?
Yes.
So you don't do anything, any incarcerated time on that sentence, right?
Right.
So when the state asked you, was that the maximum sentence that you could get on these charges? I mean, the maximum sentences were 3.5 to 7 on each,
Right.
The maximum sentence was 3.5 to 7 with 3.5 incarcerated, plus another 3.5 to 7 incarcerated, right?
Right.
for a grand total of potential incarcerated time of 7 years, right?
Right.
And so you expect or are working towards and hoping for no more than a total of 2 years behind the walls.
Right.
And when you talked to the police on June 3rd, you had that proffer agreement, right?
Right.
And that proffer agreement was your agreement to tell the truth also, right?
Right.
And that if you would hope that this would be the outcome by telling the police what you told them on June 3rd, that you would work things out for less than the maximum sentences.
Right.
And you testified on direct for the state, and then I brought up some questions about what you said in June 3rd, right?
Right.
And there were some differences, right?
Right.
And they can be accounted for maybe by memory, right?
Right.
And the fact that you were in a fog of drugs back in October of 2019.
Correct. There was a lot going on.
Yeah, there was quite the fog of drugs back then for you, right?
Yes. But there was a lot going on, not just drugs.
Okay. In October of 2019, there was a lot going on.
Yes.
And you were into drugs.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained, you can move.
Okay.
Ask the next question.
Okay. And one thing I didn't talk about was the cameras. You said that Kim told you that there were cameras that showed who was there that night.
Right.
And the police were going to get them, right?
Right.
So it wasn't some elaborate thing about there were cameras. She just said the police were going to get them, right?
Right. She said there was cameras. Her neighbors had cameras.
Pardon?
She said that her neighbors had cameras, and she was going to ask them for them so that the police can get the footage of the videos.
Okay. And your reaction to that was, good, you want to find out who took your guns, right?
Right.
Okay. I may have a moment, Your Honor. I may be done.
Kayla, you were asked about some differences between your statement back in June 3rd and your testimony today, and you were asked what those differences could be attributed to. Do you remember that from Attorney Smith?
Yes.
Do you think my reading comprehension could be one of the reasons for a difference like that?
No.
Maybe?
Well, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Sustained.
So you were asked specific.
Right, actually.
Sustained. You're to ignore the last question and answer.
So you were asked specifically on cross-examination by Attorney Smith if you testify, or if your statement from June 3rd was that both guns left the house that day. Do you remember her asking you that?
Yes.
And she told you that you said yes, or I think so. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and so is that what you remember saying?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna show you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
For what purpose did first you ask?
Yes, you may.
So, Kayla, I'm going to ask that you read, starting here with MR,
Yeah.
and you go through to right here.
Okay. I said, okay. Oh, I was asked, okay, so both guns left the house that day. And I said, I think so. And the other person said that. And I said, I'm not like 100% sure, but I remember, yeah, because it was wrapped in a sheet. And they said a sheet, and I said, yeah, a sheet and a blanket. And they said, okay, and when do you think this time frame was? Like, how far, how long after? And I said, it happened in the summertime. No, it was in the fall because it was October.
Perfect. So you said you're not 100% sure if both guns left the house that day?
Right.
Does that refresh your memory of that event?
Yes.
Are you sure that both guns left the house that day?
No.
No. And actually, in your statement, you go on to discuss whether both guns left the house that day. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And just like you said here, you described 2 incidents.
Right.
And with investigators, you talked about an incident with Kevin O'Leary, the person that you knew as Kevin O'Leary.
Right.
Right. And the investigators asked you, do you remember the investigators asking you who else the defendant offered the guns to?
Yes.
And you told them Manny, Ish, Mark.
Sustained.
Who did you tell them the defendant offered the guns to?
Ish, Manny, Mark, and Tone. And I don't remember the rest.
And do you remember telling officers that the defendant,
Sustained.
and investigators asked you, so both guns couldn't have left the home that day if he was still offering it to people?
Sustained.
Were you able to clarify whether both guns left the house that day during your June 3rd interview?
No,
And why is that?
because I don't remember if they both left or if one left or that whole situation, because I also got told about Kevin O'Leary being Kevin LaBelle, but I remember the 2 white guys that came in, neither one of them was Kevin O'Leary or Kevin LaBelle.
Okay. And Attorney Smith asked you about the discovery that you received before going to your June 3rd meeting.
Yes,
And I think did you say your lawyer had highlighted a few things?
yes,
Did he highlight the names of people?
yes,
Okay. So you knew Kevin as Kevin O'Leary?
yes,
And one of the things he highlighted for you, was one of the things that he highlighted for you the name of Kevin?
Sustained. Counsel approach.
Did you know Kevin's last name at the time, before your proffer?
no,
Did you know Manny's last name or his first name at the time?
I don't remember his name.
Did you know Ish's full name at the time?
No,
Did you know Mike's full name at the time?
no,
Are those things that your attorney highlighted for you?
yes,
You testified on cross-examination that you didn't touch those guns,
right,
and I think you said that on direct as well.
yes,
You also said that you didn't possess those guns, both on direct and on cross.
correct,
And I think Attorney Smith also asked you if you retained the guns on cross-examination. And what did you say to that?
no,
Who did?
Adam,
Who possessed those guns?
Adam,
Who retained those guns?
Adam,
Who stole those guns?
Adam,
And he told you that he stole those guns.
yes,
Objection.
Did he tell you that he stole those guns?
Yes.
So on your direct examination, you talked about the first statement that the defendant told you. And I want to clarify between the first statement and his admission to you of what he'd done. In his first statement, did he tell you that Kim Frayne was sleeping when he went to her home?
Objection. Meeting.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Sorry, let me ask that again. In his first statement, did he tell you that Kim Frayne was sleeping when he went into her home?
Yes.
In his first statement, did he tell you that those guns were stolen?
Overruled.
Sorry, let me ask that again. In his first statement, did he tell you that the guns were stolen when he went into her home?
I don't remember if he said that or not.
Missing.
Yes.
In his second statement, he told you that he stole. Did he tell you that he stole the guns?
Yes.
In his second statement, did he tell you that she was sleeping when he stole the guns?
Yes.
Thank you, Kayla.
Anything further, Attorney Smith?
When you were talking with me before the redirect, we talked about a transaction that you said was two white guys and one was the driver,
Yes.
and the other was doing the transaction, right? And that was a transaction that you say occurred in the attic, right?
Yes.
Two white guys, one a driver and one doing the transaction, right?
Right.
And you actually called it a transaction, right?
Right.
And then when you were talking about Kevin O'Leary to the police, you were talking about Kevin coming over and wanting to buy the gun.
Yes.
And when they asked if he ever bought it, you said the other guys came down and did the transaction. They were wrapped in sheets. They were, I'm pretty sure they left with them that day. I thought they did anyway, right?
Right.
And that's a different time than the prosecutor was pointing out about the white guys, one a driver and one doing the transaction, leaving with both guns that day, right?
That's the same incident.
Right.
Yes.
But that was the second time that you told the police that they left with the guns that day, right?
Right.
And days, we talked about a little bit of the drug activities. Days don't really set out to you, right?
Right.
And one of the things that the prosecutor asked about was Adam's, I think he called it first and second statement.
Yes.
And the door wide open, the dog didn't bark, and woke up and the guns were missing. The door wide open and the dogs didn't bark. You also knew that from Kim Frain's statement in discovery, right?
No.
That was something that was in the discovery in this case, right?
I don't know. I didn't get to see that.
Okay, okay. And the event with Kevin O'Leary, I think that you said it was before Halloween, around that time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Your Honor, I'd ask, excuse me, I'd ask that this witness be excused.
Any objection?
If
Counsel, why don't you approach for 1 minute? And if you would just stay put for 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break now, so if you would come back at 1:25, I would expect that we would start up again at 1:30. As I have reminded you throughout this case, make sure that you do not discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Don't talk about the case. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up any names or places. Don't look up the law. You'll get that in the court's instructions, and we'll see you in about an hour. So we should start up at 1:30. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so jury.
I have a question.
All right, should we go back downstairs? I don't know what order you want to do that in, but, actually, counsel, can I see you at the bench for just a minute?
Probably calls Detective Adam Bergeron-Rosa.
Just be careful walking around here. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I'm just going to administer that. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay. You can have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Can you start by stating and spelling your name for the record?
Detective Adam Bergeron-Rosa, Bergeron-Rosa.
Thank you. And how are you presently employed?
Detective with the Manchester Police Department
How long have you been a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
since September of 2017.
And what is your current assignment?
Detective.
Are you in a particular
I
unit?
primarily do burglaries and property crimes.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
To investigate cases that need further attention within the jurisdiction of Manchester, to include interviewing suspects, witnesses, involved parties, managing crime scenes, collecting physical evidence, and obtaining video and reviewing that video.
And to be a detective with the Manchester Police Department, does that require any specialized training or experience?
I have received specialized training and experience, yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
I went to 40-hour-a-week homicide school and crime scene processing, training in interview and interrogation, and forensic statement analysis, about 80 hours of fingerprint processing and collection, and crime scene photography, about well over 300 hours of other training.
And is that the training that you just described, is that continuing
It
training?
always continues.
How long have you been involved with law enforcement?
At the end of November, it will be 15 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
6.
Prior to the 6 years as a detective, what were your duties?
I was a patrol officer
And
for the previous 9.
And for the previous 9, what agency or organization was that with?
Manchester.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
When did you graduate?
April of 2009.
Can you please describe your role and involvement in this case?
So on January 5th of 2022, I was asked by my superiors to use a program called Leads Online to look up pawn activity for Adam Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery, and Kelsey Small.
And you just mentioned Leads Online.
Yes.
What is Leads Online?
So it's a law enforcement pawn database that we have access to monitor secondhand transactions with pawn shops, jewelry stores, and ecoATMs.
Are you currently a liaison between the Manchester Police Department and Leads Online?
I am.
How long have you been in that role?
Probably 4 years.
And I think you mentioned you were asked to track information related to a Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And so how does that work?
So I go on to the program, Leads Online, and I plug in the name, date of birth, whatever information that I have. And there's results that come up, whether through Soundexing or a direct match, and it shows their secondhand pawn transaction in history, what item that they sold. You have to use a valid photo ID to do so, so you get your privilege to that, a picture of the seller as they were that day, and what company or business received that item and sold, provided the seller cash for the item.
Did your search with respect to Kelsey Small yield results?
Yes, it did.
Did you review the results?
I did.
If you saw them today, would you recognize them?
I would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes?
So Detective Bergeron-Rosa, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 46A through E, and I'm just going to ask you to look through those and describe, or just look through those and look up anything.
These are certified records of those transactions from ecoATM.
Okay, and are those true and correct copies?
Yes, they are.
And Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark this full.
Any objection, other than the one at the bench? Subject to the one that's been overruled. The ID may be stricken, and it's entered as a full exhibit.
Detective Bergeron-Rosa, you mentioned receiving the records that you just looked at. What did you do next in your investigation?
Well, after finding those transactions, we want those items for the investigation that we're conducting. And so I called ecoATM to facilitate obtaining those from the company.
I'm just going to ask you to please keep your voice up. It's a big room, and all the jurors need to be able to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if I heard you correctly, you said you wanted those items.
Yes, for the investigation.
The records that you just looked at, did they contain evidence of sale transactions?
Yes, they did.
Do you know what those transactions were related to?
The seller was Kelsey Small, and it contained 4 items. One being a Samsung Galaxy 12, the second being a Samsung Galaxy A01 phone, a Samsung tablet, and then a Alcatel cell phone. And they were sold to the ecoATM Crosick on December 30th of 2021.
And when you say you wanted those items for your investigation, those are the items that you're referring to?
Those specific ones, yes.
Did you collect those items?
I did.
When you collect evidence as a detective, how do you log it?
Normal practice is your initials, 1 through however far you go.
And I think you had mentioned a Samsung cell phone A01
Yes.
cell phone. Do you remember how you identified that item?
ABR4.
What was your next step in your part in this investigation?
Well, then I then contacted, during this whole process, I contacted ecoATM and requested permission in their policy on downloading the contents of those cell phones.
Did they consent to the search of those cell phone or the items that were seized?
Yes, they did.
Searching cell phones, is that something that you do as a detective?
Not me personally, no.
Did you hand those items off to someone else?
I did, to Detective Crosick.
Did you take additional steps during your part in this investigation?
I did.
And can you tell the jury what that was?
So this ecoATM, this Poise kiosk, was in Wal-Mart at 725 Gold Street in Manchester. So it's in the customer service center, and that's monitored by Wal-Mart video. So I requested the video from the loss prevention officer, Mike Dobe, of those transactions when they were occurring for the investigation.
And those records that you looked at, was there a date on those records?
Yes, December 30th, 2021.
Did you obtain the footage from Walmart from December 30th of 2021 for that relevant time period?
Yes, I did.
And did you log that into evidence?
I did.
What did you log it into evidence as?
ABR2.
If I could have just a moment. Thank you, Detective. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
I'm going to show you, sorry, can't get rid of it, a copy copy of what has been marked State's Exhibit for ID 20. Tell me what that is?
That is the Samsung A01 cell phone packaging, ABR4.
Okay, that might have been a bad question. Is that the packaging for a piece of evidence?
Oh, yes, yeah, that's what we do.
Is that what you packaged it in?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so, and which piece of evidence? I know that you said it.
Oh, this is the Samsung Galaxy Model A01 cell phone.
I move to strike the ID, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken.
And the jury is going to have a copy of this back with them. But the packaging that you have this in is a yellow,
It's a manila envelope.
but it has like insulation, the bubbles inside, so it's not just a flat envelope.
Oh, yes, yes, it does.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the top, there is a red thing. Can
That's
you tell the
evidence
jury
tape.
what that is?
Evidence tape.
Okay, we were talking at the same time, so let's try and avoid it, okay? So essentially, you take an item that you've collected for evidence, put it in an envelope, and close the envelope, and then put this red tape on top, right?
Right.
And the reason that you do it is that if somebody tries to get inside that envelope that you have put the evidence in, you'll know it, right?
Yes, I will.
Because to get inside, they'll either have to rip the envelope or rip the tape, right?
Correct.
And so when you package something and you have the tape where you put it in to seal that off, if somebody's going to open a piece of evidence, they generally leave that tape alone and open the envelope somewhere else, right?
Depends on the person.
Okay. So one way to do it is to, if you want to get access to the cell phone, instead of going through where you have the red tape on top, somebody might cut an entry along the side and take the item of evidence out of the package that way, right?
It's within the realm of possibilities.
Okay. And you, when somebody, however they do it, when they put an item of evidence back in its packaging, they tape up the area that they opened up, right?
Of course.
And they put their initials and the date when that happens, right?
Yes.
So that from the packaging alone, you can tell a lot about how many times an item has been handled, opened up, right?
Correct.
The dates, because the dates are on the each piece of tape, right?
Yep.
And the person who went in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that is one of the ways that you keep track of evidence, right?
Yes.
To make sure that nobody's gone inside and tampered with it,
Mhm.
right? Because you want to keep that piece of evidence from the moment it comes into your possession as clean as possible till the point that it may or may not be used in court, right?
Correct.
And that if there is something that is changed in that piece of evidence, it is identified all along the way so it can be explained in court what has changed.
Chain of custody.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may step down.
Thank you.
This witness is excused.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Detective Lou Crosick to the stand, please. Detective Crosick, follow the bailiff, and just watch your step as you take the witness.
Good afternoon, sir. Just be careful going around here for me, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you could just remain standing for a brief moment, please. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Excuse me just a minute, Detective. I want to make sure that this is properly set up. Thank you. I apologize for the delay. Detective, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spelling both your first and your last name for the record?
Louis Crosick, K-L-O-U-I-S, K-R-A-W-C-Z-Y-K.
And Detective Crosick, where are you currently employed?
The Manchester Police Department,
How long have you been working with them?
since 2001.
And are you a full-time certified officer with them?
Yes.
And how long since? 2001 or before?
2003, I became certified.
2003. Okay, thank you. Did you attend the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy and for a full-time academy class?
Yes.
And what was your graduating class number on that?
131.
131. What are some of the different duties that you have currently at the Manchester Police Department?
I'm in the cybercrime division as a detective, and I work with electronic evidence.
How long have you been working with different types of electronic evidence?
About 6 years.
Could you talk a little bit with regards to the training that you've had over those 6 years or even before with respect to electronic evidence and also with respect to any training that you've had on searching cellular telephones?
I've had training and certifications through Celebrite, which is one of the main manufacturers of equipment for extractions. I've had a lot of training through the U.S. Secret Service. They have a facility in Alabama that provides training for digital devices. I've also had a lot of classes through magnet forensics and some forensic certifications.
Do you still attend regular training sessions to keep up to date with the latest practices in technology?
Yes, to my wife's chagrin.
Okay. And as part of your work with the Manchester Police Department, do you conduct data extractions from cell phones?
Yes.
Over the years, approximately, if you could even give us a number, how many different cell phones have you extracted data from?
I'd say it's in the thousands.
In the thousands.
Yes.
In that case, I'd like to ask you about cell phones in general, and if you could kind of educate all of us here in the room a little bit. When it comes to an identifier for a cell phone, what is an IMEI number?
It's a unique identifying number that follows a global standard, and it's unique to an individual device, so the carriers can identify that particular phone.
So roughly, I mean, how many digits are we talking about in this number?
I think it's 15.
15? Okay. And with regards to that number, you said it is unique. How is it unique? Well, what does a cell phone do with its IMEI number, and how does that information get communicated to, let's say, a cell phone carrier or wireless carrier?
It basically works like a serial number, so it's an individual number for that phone, but it follows a global pattern, so different companies are not reusing the same number. It's always a unique number, unlike a serial number, which a different company can reuse the same number.
Okay.
The carrier, when you're using your phone, can determine what the IMEI number is.
So this phone that I have from the state of New Hampshire, this has its own unique IMEI number?
At least one, yes.
At least one. And is it unique to any phone that's owned by the same person, or is it unique to the handset itself?
It's unique to the handset.
The handset. In connection with the investigation into Adam Montgomery, did you extract data from a cell phone that was provided to you by Detective Adam Bergeron-Rosa that was labeled evidence number ABR4?
Yes.
Okay. And that particular cell phone that you received, did that have an IMEI number of 352-082-509-319-804?
Yes.
Okay. Generally, how is data extracted from a phone? So you can explain to the jury, how did you get information off this phone? What does it look like? What's the physical process you put it through?
There's two parts. There's hardware and software components, and we have companies that specialize in, they make devices and software specifically to get evidence from phones. So on a typical phone, I'll plug the phone into a hardware device. The software will copy everything off the phone, and then we have that extraction, the files that come from that, we run it through a second program that figures out what all that stuff is and puts it in a report.
So it basically organizes the information into a report for you?
Yes.
With respect to the extraction from the phone you were given from Detective Adam Bergeron-Rosa, the ABR4 cell phone, how did that proceed?
He put in a request to me. I got the phone from evidence, and I plugged into a device we have called the Gray Key that can perform the extraction.
And so the jury understands, how do you physically hook up the phone to this device?
There's ports on the box on the Gray Key itself, and we plug the phone into it using the data port on the phone.
The software Gray Key, is that the hardware or the software, or is it both?
Gray Key is more considered hardware. It's running software, but it just extracts the data from the phone. It doesn't do the interpretation.
Were you able to extract data from the cell phone that was labeled ABR4?
Yes.
Okay. What was done with that data once you extracted it?
Then I use Celebrite, which is software that will make a report. It'll determine what all that data is.
And how does it organize the data for you? If we were using a Celebrite software right now, what would it look like?
It breaks it up into categories. There's a list on the left, like a table of contents, and it'll split it up by the type of data. So there'll be one category for text messages and one for the call log and one for pictures and videos.
Did you save the data in the report that you generated for this phone that was labeled as ABR4?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you save it? What label did you give it?
I believe I gave it LJK5.
What did you do with that information in that report as you've saved it once you made it? Where did it go?
I put the evidence copy into our evidence division, the LJK5, and then I gave a copy to Detective Bergeron-Rosa.
Were photographs of the phone taken as part of the extraction process?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been marked. State's Exhibit 20. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay, what's that a photo of?
That's a photo of the packaging of the phone before I open it.
This is before you opened it?
Yes.
Did you take this photo or somebody else?
I took that.
You take this photo. Okay. And separate from that, I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification purposes only at this time, State's Exhibit 21. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recognize that to be?
That's the backside of the phone, ABR4.
That's the backside of the physical phone itself?
Yes.
And other than the fact that it's on a larger piece of paper with a small little red sticker at the bottom, is there any differences to that photo from when you remember seeing that phone before doing your analysis versus when you see it today?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would ask for the identification certificate from State's Exhibit 21.
An objection? No, Your Honor. All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Let's go ahead and take a look again at Exhibit 20 here on the large screen. Do you recognize that to be Exhibit 20 that I just showed you?
Yes.
All right, and I'd like to go ahead and draw your attention to the label that's in the middle of the screen. So did the label itself tell you that this was in fact the phone that was ABR4, labeled as ABR4?
Yes.
From that, I'd like to also jump now to State's Exhibit 21 and direct your attention to the screen here. Is this the back of that particular phone, or that you recovered from that envelope?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I'll draw your attention to the lower sticker that's provided here. Do you see the red box on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. We'll zoom into that. Could you read out the IMEI number on this phone?
352-082-5093-19804.
So this is that same phone that we're talking about, this consistent number with an IMEI number that goes back to this particular phone, is that right?
Yes.
Did you review any of the data that you extracted from this phone yourself, or did you do some limited review of that?
Yes.
Did the data extraction process off of this phone also provide information as to whether or not it had been logged into any Facebook Messenger accounts at any time?
Yes, it did.
Can cell phones that have information deleted from them still have relevant information for an investigation?
Yes.
And the jurors are probably already likely aware of Facebook and Facebook Messenger, but just for the record, what is Facebook and how does Facebook Messenger work?
Facebook is a terrible social media app where people can post things and share with their friends and family. Messenger started as being in part of the Facebook app where people could send direct messages to each other. Now they also have a separate app, so you can use it within Facebook or in the separate app.
Returning to the data then that was extracted, or actually I should ask this about Facebook Messenger. the accounts on Facebook Messenger, do they have any specific number or an account ID that is associated with each account that they have, that exists?
Yes.
Returning to the data then extracted from the phone, as the same phone that we're seeing here on State's Exhibit 21 on the screen with that IMEI number, were you able to see whether a Facebook Messenger account with the account number of 100009007888503 was ever logged into that phone or accessed from that phone?
Yes.
And did you look at the user account that was extracted from this phone for that Facebook account number that I just read?
I did.
What was the user account name on the Facebook Messenger account number, the one we just read, that was once logged into this phone?
The account name was Adam Kayla Montgomery.
Adam Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Detective Crosick. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe the defense counsel may have a few.
That's me.
Hi.
I'm Caroline Smith. How are you?
Good.
So you have been a detective, I think you said, for 6 years?
I've been in cybercrimes for about 6 years. I was a detective for a couple of years before that.
Ah, okay. So you you were in cybercrimes in 2019.
Yes.
You were in cybercrimes on October and November of 2019.
Yes.
And you did an extraction of a phone for John Sargent in November of 2019. Does that sound right?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, let me ask you another question or two, and, well, if I showed you a copy of a report, would that help or refresh your recollection?
I believe so.
So it may take a little bit to make the connections here, but I will start with first a copy of a report prepared. Well, can you tell me what this document is?
That looks like a report for a cell phone extraction.
And what's the date prepared by you?
Yes.
And what is the date of that report?
November 4th, 2019.
Okay, so is there a case number on that report?
Yes.
And what is that case number?
19-15480.
19 dash what?
15480.
Okay. I'm going to show you a series of documents. I'm going to show you another docket. I've actually got a whole bunch of documents clipped here, but I think need to show you the first page of that. Do you recognize what that first page is?
It's the first page of report.
Okay. What is the date of that report?
1/20/20.
Date and time report. Oh, that's
sorry.
reported. Okay. So that is a report on an incident that was reported in 10/22/2019.
Yes.
And what is the date? What is the case number of that?
19-15480.
Okay. Is the case number of the report of an incident that happened 10/22/2019. Is that the case number as the extraction report that you did in November of 2019?
Yes,
Okay. And do you remember the name John Sargent?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall being asked to go back to that report to take location data from that report so that it could be tracked on Google Earth? Do you recall that?
Not specifically for this case, but I can look at the next page if you want me to review it.
Sure. And this was a task that you were given with regard in April of 2022, right?
I don't know. It's
Okay.
not an uncommon thing, so
All right. I'm going to show you a copy of a police report. By the way, who's Detective Rayhill?
as one of the Manchester detectives.
And was he the lead on the case of State versus Adam Montgomery?
No, I don't believe so.
Who was the lead?
There was multiple officers working on it. I don't know who's considered the lead.
Do you recall that he was one of the officers working on it?
A lot of people were working on it, so I don't know the list.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of a document, but you did say that Detective Rayhill worked on this case, right?
I couldn't say for sure, but I think it's consistent.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of this police report and see if that refreshes your recollection if you were asked to pull out prior extraction on a phone of John Sargent in 2022. Does that refresh your recollection?
I don't remember specifically. This isn't my report, but
Right.
like I said, it's not uncommon for me to do that.
Okay. That you might go to another older case and pull out information that you had already extracted to see if you could find something relevant to the new case.
I get asked to look at the extraction and put it in a different form. I'm not usually investigating the case. I'm just assisting with the technical aspects of it. So the information's already in the report, and I would move it to a different form.
Okay. And in this case, you don't recall if you were asked to look at Jonathan Sargent's phone and see if there was location data on it?
I do that frequently. I just don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing of this in quite a while, so I just don't remember specifically this case.
So back in April of 22, you may have been asked that, but it's just not registering right now. You're not saying yes or no?
I didn't say it's not registering, it's just saying you didn't remember.
Sustained.
It's not you may or may not have been asked to do it. It's something that you don't recall right now.
Not specifically. I don't usually get much into the names of the cases. I just do what they ask for.
Okay. 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 Thank you, then.
Just very briefly, Crosick, you just asked a moment ago about location information on a phone. Could you just describe for the jury, what is location information on a phone? What was that question about?
Phones can store location information in a couple different ways. They keep different databases. Sometimes pictures have the location embedded, or they use it for advertising and tracking your phone. And some of that information can be recovered in the extraction.
Sometimes it's recovered, sometimes is it not?
Correct.
Okay. And the information, is that, I know this is going to sound like a stupid question, I apologize, but that's information I imagine that follows the phone rather than follows the owner, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further? All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Any objection?
So excuse for the day for sure.
Okay, you may be excused for the day.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Detective Brian Olsen to the stand, please. Detective Olsen, if you would just please go ahead and take the stand, watch your step as you go up there, and I'll have you remain standing just for a brief moment. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Since we're being recorded here, would you please state your full name, spelling your first and last for the record?
Ryan Olsen, RyanOlsen.
And Detective Olsen, where are you currently employed?
Currently employed by the Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department
How long have you been working for Manchester?
since 2015.
2015.
Yep.
Any law enforcement experience before working for the Manchester Police Department?
Yes, prior I was employed by the Concord, New Hampshire Police Department since 2014.
In 2014. So 1 year in Concord and then Manchester since 2015. Is that
Yes, sir.
right? And I take it, are you a full-time certified officer with the Manchester Police Department?
I am.
Since you've been with the Manchester Police Department, what are some of the different work assignments you've had? I'm going to assume that you started in patrol, but if you could kind of go on and tell us about some of the different units that you've been assigned to.
Yeah, so started in patrol, like you said. From there, I was selected into the Special Enforcement Division, which was broken up at that time into two separate units, so the Street Crime Unit and the Special Investigations Unit. Street Crime, I started in Street Crime in 2019. The main job of Street Crime is just for interdiction stops to cultivate informants. And then around 2021, I went over to Special Investigations Unit, which is long-term drug investigations.
And are there any different units besides those the ones that you get current assignment to? Are there any other units that you serve or that you help the Manchester Police Department with?
Yeah, I'm also currently assigned to the entry team and the breaching unit for the SWAT team
How long have you been with the SWAT team?
since 2020.
2020. So you were not on the SWAT team in 2019?
I was not.
Right. In 2019, which one of those units were you working with?
The Street Crime Unit.
And were you ever involved in a search of an apartment at 315 East High Street in Manchester on October 22nd, 2019?
I was.
What was your role in executing that search warrant?
Just to hold on to detained parties as the apartment's getting cleared. Once the apartment was deemed safe by SWAT, searching the apartment.
So this is a SWAT operation to be able to get control of the building itself, and then your team goes in, or are you part of theirs?
No, we were strictly outside waiting until it's deemed clear by the SWAT team at that time.
Did you have a court-ordered search warrant before conducting this search?
We did.
All right. And with regards to that, if you could explain, or first of all, were you present when the SWAT team first made entry into the home?
I was outside. Yes.
You were outside. Okay. Why weren't you with them?
Just due to the high threat level that was deemed to be inside.
Mm-hmm.
It was strictly for the SWAT team to execute the search warrant based on that. They train for that. That is specifically what the SWAT team trains for.
Okay. And after they made the home secure and people were safe, at that point, what were you assigned to do?
At that point, I was assigned to search the residence. I was tasked with searching a bedroom on the east side, inside of the apartment.
On the east side of the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is October 22nd, 2019. I'd like to go ahead and show you state exhibits 22, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Just a minute. Your Honor, I understand that there is no objection. The state is, no objection from the defendant. We're going to ask that the state's exhibit 28 through, again, 31, 32 have the identification stricken.
No objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you the same series of exhibits, exhibits 28 through 32. I want to show them to you individually, and then we'll put them up on the screen in a few minutes, and I'll ask some additional questions.
Okay.
Do you recognize this one first, starting with State's Exhibit 28?
I do.
Okay. What do you recognize that to be?
315 East High Street.
Okay. And based upon this photo, do you know the approximate time that this photo was taken? Now, I don't mean time of day. I just mean whether it was anywhere near the time of your search warrant.
Yeah, that would be after it was deemed safe, most likely, by the SWAT team prior to the actual search by detectives.
I'd like to show you now State's Exhibit 29. What do you recognize that photo to be?
Room E, the bedroom, room E, which is situated on the east side of the apartment.
Is that the bedroom that you searched, bedroom that was labeled E?
It was.
Okay. And if you could explain to the jury, most people don't have letters on the outside of their bedroom doors. How do rooms get certain classifications or numbers, letters, when you're going to do a search like this?
Yeah, so for ease of searching, prior to actually everybody diving in, each detective and searching part of the apartment, each room is given a letter for ease of searching. So I searched room E, so-and-so detective searched room A, just ease of use for the report, so you're not constantly saying bedroom, east side, in the center of the apartment. You just say room E in your report. It's a lot easier.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30. State's Exhibit 30 now. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
Okay. And what do you recognize that photo to be?
Guns that are situated in the northeast corner of the apartment, or the bedroom.
Was that your bedroom, the bedroom E that we were just talking about?
It was.
And State's Exhibit 31.
That is a Stag Arms firearm, rifle, serial number 57760.
And State's Exhibit 32.
And that is a close-up of the serial number along with the make and origin of the firearm.
Okay. I'd like to leave these photos with you. If you can't see the resolution on the screen, please feel free to refer back to these, okay?
Okay.
That being said, let's go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 28 on the big screen. Do you recognize that? Or, I'm sorry, what address do you recognize that to be again?
315 East High.
And we're going to go ahead and zoom in on the door area. Is that the same door that you entered to be able to do your search?
It was.
And separate from that, going to State's Exhibit 29 now. Tell us what we're looking at here.
So this is room E. This is the bedroom on the east side of the apartment, and is centralized in the apartment just off of the kitchen.
Now, with regards to this particular room, what were the different things that were listed in the search warrant that you were supposed to be looking for?
Drugs, U.S. currency, ledgers, firearms, anything in that nature.
And approximately how much drugs did you find in this home?
I believe there was about 850 grams of crystal methamphetamine, about 56 grams of fentanyl, and some miscellaneous pills along with marijuana.
you say almost 850 grams of methamphetamine?
I did.
During this search, did you find multiple firearms in this bedroom?
Yes, sir, we did.
Moving on now to State's Exhibit 30. What are we looking at here?
That is a photo of a few firearms in the northeast corner of the apartment.
And I would ask you if you could just step down from the witness stand with the court's permission and just show us where the firearms are in the photo. Just go ahead and point it out. Thank you. Only now turning to State's Exhibit 31.
That is the overview of a Stag Arms rifle that was located in that northeast corner of the same bedroom.
And you read the serial number, I believe, for us before. I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 32. Could you go ahead and read that serial number again?
Yes, it's serial number 57760.
How many other guns did you find in the search of this bedroom?
I believe we located approximately 8 guns. 2 were ultimately identified as BB guns, if I recall.
So 2, so out of the 8, what's this one? So that's what, 6 other
Yes, sir.
operable firearms?
Yes, sir.
And you told us again about 850 grams of methamphetamine. Working as an officer of the Manchester Police Department since 2015, you said before you've worked on patrol, you've worked street crimes, you've worked with SIU, you've worked with other things with gangs as well. Do you have familiarity with common and generalized drug purchase amounts?
I do.
Okay. The pounds of methamphetamine seized, 850 grams, is that something that you know to be associated with individual use or with dealing?
No, that was definitely dealing.
And the owner of this particular bedroom, the person who was residing in this bedroom, what was that person's name?
Jonathan Sargent.
Okay. Did you have a description of Jonathan Sargent before you went ahead and conducted this search?
Yes, he was a white male with red hair.
Okay. And do you know if he was ever convicted by any agency for the items that were inside of his room?
Yeah, I believe he was ultimately, or he took a plea deal in federal court. And he's currently incarcerated until 2031 in Greenville, Illinois.
And you said in federal court?
Yes, sir.
So was that matter, or do you know if that matter was prosecuted by the United States Department of Justice?
It was.
And do you know, with regards to his conviction, what was his conviction for? Possession or possession? What, if anything, do you know about the charge that he pled guilty to?
I was trafficking with firearms and drugs.
And drugs.
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. All right, Detective, thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe Attorney Smith will.
Thank you.
I do. My name's Caroline Smith, and I do have some follow-up questions. So John Sargent was arrested the day of the search, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was arrested on an arrest warrant, right?
Yes.
And the search warrant was prepared prior to going there to his residence on October 22nd.
It was.
And you were a participant member of the street crimes unit, right?
I was in the street crime unit. Yes, ma'am.
And you were, so this was a process that took a little bit of time to gather all the intel on John Sargent, to prepare the arrest warrant and prepare the search warrant and prepare the plan for arresting Mr. Sargent and entering the home.
Yes.
And it was a fair amount of days between the investigation and all of that, right?
Yes.
Probably a week or two from the determination that you were gonna arrest Mr. Sargent to actually executing the warrant.
I don't know the exact time frame. I know when you have an investigation, obviously it goes on. For Mr. Sargent, it was controlled buys. And from there, whatever the time was that they said, hey, we have enough, we're going to write the search warrant on the arrest warrant, that's when it was.
Okay. And you said one of his convictions was trafficking in firearms.
Yes.
And one thing that you said on direct was about really 6 guns because 2 were BB guns.
Mm-hmm.
And a substantial amount of ammunition was in there as well, right?
Crystal methamphetamine was a substantial amount. There was ammunition. I can't attest to how much was in there. I don't recall.
Okay, you recall that there was a lot.
That there was ammunition? There was ammunition, yes.
And, sorry, I was almost talking over you. There was ammunition for various types of firearms, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And there were other weapons there as well, right?
Yes.
Brass knuckles,
Yes.
a crossbow,
Yes.
and different brands of guns.
Yes.
Okay. So there were several pictures of, and I think you still have them there, taken, those pictures must have been taken on the day of the search, right?
They were.
Okay. And they reveal what some of the items that were recovered, and the stag itself was one of the ones recovered by you.
Yes.
And Mr. Sargent's phone was also recovered.
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
And you were the one that recovered the stag, so I'm going to ask you to take a look at State's Exhibit 33. Is that the stag firearm that you collected?
It should be. I just need to see the serial number to confirm. Am I allowed to take it and flip it?
If you
Can I
want
flip
to.
it? The serial number's...
There. Does it look like?
It looks like it, but I'm not, without saying that this, I can't see the serial number, I'm not gonna say that that's it.
Sure.
So,
Okay. And speaking of serial numbers are the way that, oops, my back's to the jury. Serial numbers are the way that you track a firearm, right?
yes, ma'am.
Because one firearm can look exactly like another one, right?
They could.
And as a matter of fact, most brands look pretty much like, well, models within a brand are expected to look alike, right?
Within the same brand? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, there's the gun looked kind of shiny in the picture, and it doesn't look so shiny now. Do you know why?
I believe it was fingerprinted. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so what you're seeing, you believe to be the residue from the fingerprinting process?
I believe so.
Okay. And actually, there's some red tape here that has been cut to allow me to open, or anyone to open this box, right?
The evidence tape?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And I'd like you to look at this piece of evidence tape. And can you read what the evidence tape says right along there? Right there.
State Police Forensic Lab.
Okay, so it's the forensic lab. And can you read a date? Is this another piece of that tape?
Oh, this one, Forensic Lab?
And then the date that's there.
Well, this one looks to be on regular evidence. This one is the Forensic Lab going this way.
Okay, so the date is not associated with the lab?
Well, it's touching it. It says 4/12/22.
Okay. All right. And do you know if it was fingerprinted as a result of your investigation into, assuming that it was fingerprinted?
I'm assuming it's fingerprinted, yes, ma'am.
Assuming that it is, do you know if that was in relationship to your investigation into John Sargent?
Yes, but it was not my investigation into John Sargent.
Okay. So that's something that would be done to try and track evidence from the gun itself.
Yes, ma'am.
And Another thing that you might want to do is, if you had a suspect, you might want to try getting DNA from the gun to track its movements, in a sense.
You could.
Do you know if it was done in reference to the John Sargent case?
I do not know.
When you collected that gun, did you make any connection in October 22nd, 2019 to a missing stag AR-15 firearm report from October 3rd regarding the Fran's firearms?
I did not.
Okay. And when you collect a firearm like this, that's a pretty dangerous weapon and is in the hands of somebody who it shouldn't be, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that you might do is put it into NCIC to check the ownership of the firearm, right?
Yes, dispatch would run the serial number to see if it came back as stolen.
Okay. And one of the reasons to do this is maybe if there's an open case about a firearm, you can close the case, but another reason is, was this firearm stolen or did somebody give it away? Because that might be a crime as well, right?
Correct.
And did you participate in any of that sort of activity after you collected the stag firearm?
Yeah, I don't know if I ran it. There's multiple people in the house. It always gets run at some point in time, the serial number, to see if it's through NCIC by dispatch.
Okay. And if you ran the serial number and it came up as a stolen firearm for someone else, that person should get alerted to the location of that police department should be alerted to the fact that the stolen firearm has been found.
I'm sorry, can you?
Sure.
Thank you.
I have to think of how to do that. Hold on. When you put the serial number of a gun through NCIC,
Mm-hmm.
and you run that, if it comes up as a stolen weapon, then the department involved in the report on the stolen weapon can get advised.
Yes.
And there's a Russell Street in Manchester, right?
There is.
And Hill Street was where you found this gun, was
East High Street.
High Street, thank you. Is in Manchester, right?
It is.
And you work for the Manchester Police Department, right?
I do.
Okay. Oh. I'm going to show you a copy. Can you, off the top of your head, identify the case name that you went and executed that search warrant on?
The case name
The case number for Manchester Police Department?
for the search warrant? No, I don't recall.
If I showed you a copy of the report, do you think that might refresh your recollection about the case number?
Yes, 19-015480.
Thank you. Nothing further, thank you.
Very briefly, if I may, Your Honor. Detective Olsen, you just read the case number, I believe you called it 19-015480, is that correct? What
Yes,
you
sir.
just had read a moment ago?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to review the search warrant, specifically that Detective Horn had obtained to make that search at 315 East High Street?
I do not.
Are you aware of whether that search warrant was for one count sale of a controlled drug versus for trafficking in guns.
I was not aware.
How many different people did you see get escorted outside of that house, or are you aware of that were escorted outside of that house before the search could take place?
There was a good amount of people,
More or less than 10?
probably right around there.
Right around 10. Just move, please. So thank you very much, Detective Wilson. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I think, did you say that you found the stag firearm in Jonathan Sargent's room?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Sustained.
You were pointed to a search warrant. Your understanding of the ultimate arrest was trafficking in firearms, right?
That was a conviction.
Okay. And a good amount of people were escorted out of the house. So that was consistent with the information that you had and used to make a plan for safe entry into the house. Was there the fact that there were a lot of people there, right?
I wasn't part of the SWAT team at that time, so I didn't make the plan or what the plan was for all of these people at that time.
Okay. In any event, there were more than one person in the house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well said. Will you ask the witness to be excused, please?
All right, you may step down. Any objection to his being excused? No. This witness is excused.
Thank you. If we could approach, please, Your Honor.
Yes? All right, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes, as I've said before, evidence takes longer to come in than we expect, or it comes in a little more quickly. Today it was a little more quickly than was anticipated. So we are done for today. So I'm going to release you a little bit early today. I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't look up any witnesses, or don't drive by any locations. Don't do any independent research about the law. You will need to decide your verdict based exclusively on the evidence that's presented here at trial and the law as the court will give it to you in its instructions. As I had previously told you, we are not going to have trial tomorrow, so you do not need to come tomorrow, but we will start up have you come at 8:45 on Wednesday morning. So 8:45 Wednesday morning, and we will resume the evidence. Again, please make sure to avoid any media, newspaper coverage, online coverage, radio coverage of this case. So give your paper to your neighbors and turn off your television. Read a good novel. All right, we will see you all at 8:45 on Wednesday morning for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and attention.
All right, so Joey.
All right. Sarah, do you want to take a break now, or do you have a little bit? I'm very good. All right, so, with regard to Mr. Harju, do you need a transport order first of all?
Yes, Your Honor. I know we had originally requested, I believe, for, actually, I think we had originally requested for today. We canceled that once we knew last week's witnesses had changed, so we would ask for one for tomorrow. I'm sorry, Wednesday. I apologize for Wednesday.
First thing.
Yes, please.
And there's no Richards issues or anything we need to be aware of with regard to counsel or anything like that?
I know of none, Your Honor. Your Honor, Attorney Smith and I were just discussing with regards to this, we agree that there is still an issue in terms of whether Mr. Harju wants to come over and testify. But I do not see that there, short of that refusal, that there is some other sort of Richards issue to what his testimony would be. We've had, he has already provided a report, not a report, excuse me, but he did already sit down and speak with investigators. We know the substance of what his statement would be. It would be very brief. It, again, does not need to involve where he is currently residing. That does not need to be brought out in front of the jury in order to ask the appropriate questions. I don't know that you would have some other sort of Richards issue that's there.
I mean, sorry.
He has one previous Class A felony that would be appropriate for counsel to be able to ask him about, but that's a prior conviction for a felony within the last 10 years.
I guess what I'm trying to avoid is what happened with Mr. Bernatchez. And so, you know, at the time we brought him in, it was essentially represented that that counsel didn't think he had could invoke the privilege, but then it turned out, either by agreement or otherwise, that he was not going to testify. So, does anybody know who his lawyer was for whatever his underlying case is?
I do not, Your
Okay.
I can certainly
What-
file with
what-
the Department of Corrections and find out.
I mean, we would be able to, I don't know if it was from south or from north. But either way, I think we can figure that out.
Attorney Knowles is telling me he believes that his Mr. Harju's current charges are out of Nashville.
Okay. So let me just ask, Attorney Smith, do you want to say something? Do you have something to add on this?
Just on the issue that he has pending charges, and that is fodder for cross-examination.
His pending charges and the relevance?
Motive to say something to get a good plea or something.
But you're not planning to ask about the underlying facts of those cases, just that he has them.
I have not fully determined that because we're still sort of trying to get documentation, but,
What would be the relevance of that? I mean, you know,
If he's-
other than trying to get him to invoke the privilege.
no, but if he is saying that he is guilty of the charges and wants to curry favor in order to get a better deal, if he's not guilty of the charges, he doesn't have to curry favor to get a better deal. If he's concerned that he'll get convicted, all of that is fodder.
I don't think we have a basis to make any of those assumptions, Your Honor, when an individual who's already saying he's refusing to come over and be transported. Being able to ask an individual whether or not they have charges pending is certainly one thing, whether or not they thought they were going to get some sort of a resolution out of this. But with the facts that we have been presented with Mr. Harju, with refusal to transport over here, the nature of whatever he is accused to do is irrelevant to the question of his credibility on the stand.
And you're, well, not sure I agree with that, but I don't want to wait till he gets on the stand. So we need to, I think we need to figure out who his lawyer is, see if we can get the lawyer here on Wednesday morning.
Or would you like to try to do it sooner, Your Honor? Would you like us to try to find out who that attorney is? And I know we have a very short time left today, but then be able to try to make contact with them today and provide the court with a further update tomorrow, so then potentially they could go and speak with Mr. Harju.
Yes. So what's his first name?
Michael,
Michael?
And
his date of birth is 9/5/84. His last name is spelled Harju.
let me see, I may be able to determine who his counsel is in his current case.
was going to be something that was brought up before, then we could have had it addressed in a 404B motion. I understand we're going to be dealing with it now, which is fine, but just pointing out it's another matter of something else that could have been taken care of before.
This, Your Honor, was a relatively late witness. After that, another witness came along, and we
Right, we
dealt
did,
with it as fast as we could, and then we had to deal with another witness, and then we're pretty much in trial, and then it was my mistaken belief that they wouldn't be trying because he was refusing transport. So that was my mistaken belief, and so that's why nothing got filed even later. But I still think his testimony is not admissible.
how is this testimony any different than the court's rulings about, for example, when Josh Zimmerman's testimony was not connected to Guilford? The Guilford, when we originally thought his testimony wasn't connected to the Guilford Street address, or or had a temporal relationship to the charges in this case, the court had said that that was then propensity evidence, and then the state got additional information from Mr. Zimmerman to connect his
address, that's correct.
to connect it to the address and really the time frame. And so then I said it is admissible. Here with Mr. Harju, it seems that there's no connection that the state asserts regarding whether or not the guns that we're talking about are the guns that are the subject of this case, and that's my concern. And I would say the same thing as I said with regard to the testimony of Mr. Zimmerman, which is if there's some connection to the theft, receiving stolen property of the guns that are the subject matter of this case, then in all likelihood, I would think that it would be admissible. But absent any connection, just some general statements about having guns or using guns, I guess I'm a little bit challenged to see why that's not propensity evidence.
And Your Honor, I think there's two different parts to that. First part, I certainly see what you're saying with regards to that, and obviously you know that the state felt that with regards to Mr. Zimmerman, there was a connection that was there, especially with regards to the temporal proximity of the statement of having the previous AR. And then you asked us for clarification for him on the address. Was it Union Street or Prospect, or what street essentially to Guilford Street? And he clarified and said, I should say, offered on his own to say that it was Guilford Street. So there is that difference that is there between that and Mr. Harju. Mr. Harju does not specifically go back to a particular location or to a particular date or month with regards to the defendant's statements about owning guns, possessing them, or having never been caught with them in his hands. However, the state still feels that with regards to those statements, they are admissible and sufficiently connected to his ownership of these guns here. Part of the conversation here, when we talk about that temporal relationship, is that with regards to the conversation with Mr. Harju, it's the state's understanding that, and what our belief is that the conversation is about the current charges that the defendant is pending. Now, I understand, Your Honor, if you're indicating that there needs to be a supplemental or an additional, I should say, fact that conversation inside the jail about current charges was currently this charge, then I do not see that in the interview. So I understand that if you're saying that there's an additional, something else that you're looking for that Mr. Harju was able to state, that these comments are about this particular current charge that's being tried right now, that is not in his statement. But we feel that is because it is about his current, that he is talking about the pending charges, it's a fair and reasonable inference to say that that conversation goes back to the charges that he is immediately facing trial for, which would be these charges.
And does Mr. Harju say that when I was talking to Mr. Montgomery, we were talking about the firearms that he's charged with here, and Mr. Montgomery was saying to me, yes, I had those guns, I was selling those guns. Would he say that?
And that's exactly what I was saying, what I meant right there, Your Honor. I apologize for not communicating clearly. He does not. He does not tie that comment to specifically this charge. What he is talking about is pending charges. And I understand that there's a difference in sight of that, whether in the collective, this is something to be referred to as opposed to in the individual charges. He does not say, Mr. And I don't, that's why I just don't want to misrepresent to the board.
Okay, I see.
He does
So
not say that it is about these two particular guns that are being tried right now. He's saying that it is about the pending charges, and I have to assume that that is within the global sense of the things that the defendant is pending, not for this specific case.
And meaning he has two other cases that involve guns, right? And so what you're saying is he has those cases and that his other case, the Harmony Montgomery related case.
Correct.
So
He did
all Mr. Harju would say is, it's, we weren't talking about anything specific, just,
is pending charges, and pending being all of the
Everything.
charges that you motioned. So, as you said before, with regards to your previous ruling on Joshua Zimmerman, you were looking for a specific fact and nexus that ties into these two particular cases. I do not see that Mr. Harju has said a specific nexus of the defendant's statements to him about owning guns, robbing other people, having guns but never being caught, that ties to this specific case. But the state's standpoint is still that we feel that that conversation has a sufficient reasonable inference that the jury could make that it is referring to this particular case and that it should be admissible. But we understand what your court's ruling was with Mr. Zimmerman, and I can represent to you that that connection that you believe were there is not present in his statement, but we feel it's still a reasonable inference. The alternative would be that the statement would be made and it would never be admissible for any of his particular cases because we couldn't narrow it down to one specific firearm or another. And so that's why we feel it's a reasonable inference to make here.
say that last part again?
The inverse of the argument, Your Honor, would be that if somebody says this particular statement, but if it can never be tied to any one particular firearm, that would generally be used to keep what we feel would be a reasonable inference that he's talking about the guns at issue, and that statement would never be allowed to be used against Mr. Montgomery in any of his firearm cases.
But by the same measure, then it would be your view that that statement could be used in every trial against Mr. Montgomery.
As long as there wasn't some indicia that said that it went to a specific weapon, then yes, I agree. But generally, we would take that standpoint. You are correct.
Okay, but isn't that what 404B is designed to prevent? The idea that just because he may have indicated that he did do that at some point in time, that should be used against him at all points in time?
And I think, Your Honor, if it was some point in time, as in some point in time in the defendant's past history, I might agree with you, especially if the defendant was saying, I've never possessed firearms, I've never owned firearms, I've never touched firearms. But we're not talking about some point in time, we're talking about specifics at a time of the pending charges that are here. So we would just see things differently.
Right, although we're talking about not a narrow point in time, right? The dockets 507 and 509 span a broader point in time, right?
Correct.
Like years?
I think with regards to, I think, Your Honor, between the nature of these offenses that are charged, it's a tight time window of 6 months.
Okay. Attorney Smith, do you want to add anything?
Yes, Your Honor. The inference that Mr. Harju was referring to pending charges is rebutted by Mr. Harju's own statement that Adam talked about, I keep getting charged with armed career criminal. He's not talking about pending cases, he's talking about cases keep coming at him. So I do not think that that's a reasonable inference, that this is 404B. It is not connected to these specific charges and should be inadmissible.
Can I see the statement?
Yes, sir. Specifically referring to pages 1584 and 1585. This is what the state has.
1584 and 1585, okay. I also have made a muted transcript that's not too much different.
So, stipulations would be,
The state anticipated asking for the stipulation before the end of its state's case in chief.
okay. And then in terms of, you're looking quizzically,
Which are you talking about? Because we already had one read into the record with regard to,
the Facebook,
huh?
The account,
The-
Facebook account.
the Facebook
That was the one that was read.
Yeah,
through,
yeah,
so
yeah.
We still
So
need to have
that-
the stipulation with regards to him qualifying.
Right.
which
So-
I thought would be part of the instruction, that when you get to that other element, the parties use it as part of the instruction because it's a stipulation with regard to that element.
Right, so, but they want it before the close of the state's case,
Okay.
which
okay,
I would
see
expect,
what-
and then that is my next question, which is, I can put it into the instructions. I don't think we should give them what we have. It has to be altered in any event. So there's a couple ways that we can do this. Obviously, I agree with the state's request that they would like it read into evidence prior to the close of the state's case. I will do that. Attorney Knowles or Attorney Agati, you need to ask me when you're ready to have that done. And then the question is, do you also want these stipulations either marked and to go in with them, or put into the instructions, or just read it in and that's the end of that?
With regard to the stipulation that the email address is to Adam Montgomery, I think that's been read into the record as evidence, so I think it's there and need not be exactly repeated
Mhm.
for the instructions.
Okay,
I would just say, though, if you were thinking about putting a stipulation in the instructions, we might as well put them both in together, otherwise it starts to make it look like one stipulation is different than the other stipulation.
No, I think as far as the instruction, therefore, the state has to prove defendant knowingly. And then, as far as the third element, the parties have stipulated that he qualifies, he has the qualifying things, and you can take that as true.
If that's consistent with your practice, Your Honor, that's fine with the state.
okay. Yeah, I've done it in, any number of ways. So I think we can include that. The Facebook issue is a piece of evidence, doesn't directly satisfy an element of the offense, but so I think we should read it before the close of the state's case, and then if you want me to add it to the instruction under the elements of armed career criminal, I can do that as well.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I kind of
Yes.
think you have to, that you can't really do
Right.
that particular instruction without it.
Okay, so I will do that. It's not in here now, but let me go give you what I have for the instructions. I've got to print them out. So is there anything else before I step off the bench for us to do that?
Just one moment. I think we're all set, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll be back out in just a few minutes to give you these instructions. And as I say, they are drafts, and when we come in, maybe I'll have to come in a little early Wednesday morning in case there's something that you want to give to me. What I would say about them is if there's any edits or adjustments to them, or additional instructions that you want, share with each other, see if there's an agreement on a change or an instruction, so that when we do get down to talking about it, you either say, oh, here, we all agree that this is the way it should read, or we don't agree, and here are the areas of disagreement.
Do you want to hear an issue that I had thought of and
Sure.
would be proposing something different than the norm is? You normally say punishment is not for you, it's all for me. Since there's mandatory minimums involved, I was going to suggest that you put punishment is for me to determine within the limits set by, within the guideline limits set by the legislature or something like that, because this is a mandatory minimum to who the charges are.
But what we tell them, and I've addressed this before on an armed career criminal case, is that they are not to consider the punishment, and I think they're not to consider the punishment, and I'm going to stick with the standard model instruction on that.
Will you be saying that the punishment is for you to decide?
I already say that in my bifurcated instructions, so I have said that to them already. I don't usually say it again. If you tell me you want me to say it again, I can, but you know, and that goes for the both of you as well, that the punishment in this case is not for the jury to be contemplating either. Okay, so
I will.
So I will leave it
await
where,
your instructions.
I will leave it where it is, as it is. If you're asking me to say it again, I could give them that model instruction again at the end. I don't have any strong objection or feelings about it one way or the other, but we're not going to be telling them about the minimum mandatory sentences.
No, my request is not to either say minimum mandatory or to give it again the way that you have it structured on the model. It was simply to, if you were to do it again, to do it with judgment is for me to decide based on certain criteria set by the legislature, not anything beyond that, not talking about minimum mandatory, but there is a limitation on it's not completely for you to decide. You have certain criteria that on 2 of the charges you have to make.
Well, that's true with respect to every charge, right? I mean, in every charge, the court has to consider what the permissible sentencing either obligations or requirements or maximum penalties are. I understand it's different, but the point is for the jury, that's not for them to consider. So absent, if you have some legal basis that you think I should consider, obviously I'll let you bring that to me, but I can tell you that I have considered that in the past, and I'm not inclined to say anything to them different than what the model instruction says. But as I say, if you have something specific you want me to, some legal basis you want me to consider, I'll of course consider that.
And so both sets, by the way, go back to the jury? Preliminary and final?
It'll go back, and I can give you, it'll go back as one, it goes back as one, 15-page document. And as I said to them at the beginning, I send 6 back, and then if they want 12, I give them 12. If you all just want me to send 12 back, I'm fine to do that, but, either way. But it goes back as one packet.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor,
Sure, nope.
I understand that. I was just, if you were done, I only have one other housekeeping matter.
Sure.
We might be able to start addressing some of that while you're in the back of the jury instructions. And then you have drug court tomorrow with regards, will that be conducted in this particular court? Or will you be in a different court?
We are going to do it in this courtroom.
So it states, just so that both counsel take our material, we'll start moving that material out of here now. We would like to obviously leave the screen up with the electronics, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
And I was wondering, and I'm asking on behalf of both counsel now, would it be possible for us to retain our conference rooms and have them locked tomorrow while we are not in trial? So that, otherwise we have to empty out everything that's been left in there. Is that
So,
possible?
I don't know,
with staff?
we can either do that, or I can hold drug court staffing in the grand jury room that I normally do. I was gonna do it in here, but I don't need to, and there was a request to possibly do it in the grand jury room anyway, so then they could use this room.
We were
I don't
just
know.
thinking, I think about public access to our